HMS Argus was the world's first ship completed with a full-length flush flight deck, a fact that earned her a place in every subsequent carrier design manual. Laid down in 1914 as the Italian ocean liner Conte Rosso and purchased by the Admiralty in 1916, she was converted at William Beardmore and Company's yard on the Clyde and commissioned on September 16, 1918. 54 days before the armistice ended the war, she was built to fight. Her 550-foot unobstructed deck was the solution to a problem that every previous aviation ship had failed to solve: how to land a wheeled aircraft at sea. HMS Furious had a landing on deck forward of the superstructure, but the turbulence generated by the funnel gases made it nearly unusable. 3 pilots were killed attempting landings on Furious in 1917. Argus eliminated the island entirely, placing the funnel gases aft through horizontal ducts. The solution created its own problems. The ducts reduced speed and the smoke interfered with deck operations, but the fundamental concept was proven. Argus served as a trials and training carrier through both World Wars, launching aircraft in Norwegian waters in 1940 and ferrying hurricanes to Malta in 1941. She never served as a frontline strike carrier. Her 20-knot top speed was inadequate by 1939 standards. She was scrapped at Inverkeithing in 1947. Her contribution was conceptual, not tactical. She proved the flush deck could work. Every carrier built since inherits that proof. HMS Hermes holds the distinction of being the world's first warship, designed from the keel up as an aircraft carrier, though HMS Hosho of Japan was commissioned 8 months earlier. Laid down at Armstrong Whitworth, Newcastle in January 1918 and commissioned on February 18, 1924, Hermes introduced the island superstructure offset to starboard, a configuration that became universal. The choice to build the island to starboard was empirical. Most pilots, being right-handed, naturally banked left when alarmed, and placing the island to starboard reduced the probability of a veering aircraft striking the superstructure. At 10,950 tons standard displacement, she was the smallest purpose-built carrier in any major navy. Her air group of 20 aircraft, initially Fairey Flycatchers and Blackburn Darts, was modest. Speed of 25 knots was adequate for 1924, but marginal by 1939. The Admiralty deployed her to the Far East in 1941, where she formed part of Force A under Admiral Sir James Somerville. On April 9, 1942, 85 Aichi dive bombers from the Kido Butai found her off Trincomalee. 40 bombs hit Hermes in approximately 10 minutes. She capsized and sank with 307 men. No fighter cover was present. Her aircraft had been disembarked ashore. The smallest carrier in the Royal Navy was also the first RN carrier sunk in combat, destroyed in an engagement she had no means to survive. HMS Furious lived 3 distinct lives. Laid down as a large light cruiser in 1915 with an 18-inch main gun, she was converted during construction with a flying-off deck forward in place of her forward turret and commissioned in July 1917. In August 1917, Squadron Commander Edwin Dunning became the first man to land an aircraft on a moving ship, touching down a Sopwith pup on Furious's forward deck. Dunning was killed on his 3rd attempt 5 days later when his aircraft was blown overboard. A second conversion in 1918 removed the aft turret and added a landing deck, but the intervening superstructure made both decks dangerous. Between 1921 and 1925, Furious was completely reconstructed with a full-length flight deck, funnels trunked aft below the deck level, and hangar space for 33 aircraft. The first successful flush deck conversion of a capital ship hull. At 31.5 knots, she was the fastest carrier in the world at her reconversion date. Furious conducted the first carrier-based airstrike in history on July 19, 1918, when 7 Sopwith Camels attacked the German Zeppelin base at Tondern, destroying 2 airships. In World War II, she participated in the Norwegian campaign and the attacks on the Scharnhorst and Gneisenau at Brest. She survived the war and was scrapped at Troon in 1948, having bridged the entire arc from experiment to established doctrine. The Washington Naval Treaty of 1922 permitted signatories to convert capital ships nearing scrapping into carriers, and the Royal Navy converted HMS Courageous and HMS Glorious, both built as large light cruisers in 1916, completing the work in 1928 and 1930, respectively. At 786 feet and 22,500 tons, they were the largest carriers in Royal Navy service at commissioning and introduced the 2-level hangar that became standard British practice, allowing 48 aircraft to be stowed below the flight deck. Both ships were lost within 12 months of the war's outbreak. HMS Courageous was torpedoed on September 17, 1939 by U-29 while conducting anti-submarine patrols in the western approaches, an assignment that sent a 22,500-ton carrier into submarine-infested waters without adequate destroyer escort. 519 men died. The Admiralty immediately withdrew carriers from anti-submarine duty. The lesson was elementary and cost the lives of more than half her crew. HMS Glorious was sunk on June 8, 1940, during the evacuation of Norway by the German battlecruisers Scharnhorst and Gneisenau. She was caught with no aircraft ranged on deck, her complement of Hurricanes and Gladiators unable to fly in time to defend her. Of 1,207 men aboard, 45 survived. Both ships demonstrated that carrier vulnerability, properly managed, was acceptable. Carrier vulnerability carelessly accepted was catastrophic. HMS Ark Royal was the first carrier designed under the 1930 London Naval Treaty constraints and the most capable warship the Royal Navy possessed at the outbreak of World War II. Commissioned on November 16, 1938 after construction at Camel Laird, Birkenhead, she carried 60 aircraft on 2 hangar decks and introduced mechanical deck lifts capable of handling aircraft up to 20,000 pounds. Her 800-foot flight deck was the longest of any British carrier at the time. Her combat record was defining. Swordfish from Ark Royal damaged the Bismarck on May 26, 1941. A torpedo hit that jammed her rudder and forced her to circle while the home fleet closed. Without that hit, Bismarck reaches Brest. The Admiralty confirmed the strike's decisive role in the subsequent Board of Inquiry. Ark Royal's aircraft were also central to operations against the Italian fleet at Spartivento and Force H operations throughout 1940 and 1941. On November 13, 1941, U-81 put a single torpedo into Ark Royal's starboard side, east of Gibraltar. The damage should have been survivable. A series of damage control failures over 14 hours allowed flooding to spread unchecked. She capsized and sank 30 miles from Gibraltar. 1 man died. The loss investigation identified systemic failures in stability management and damage control training that were corrected fleet-wide. She sank because of human error. The ship itself was not the problem. The Illustrious class represented a deliberate British choice to trade aircraft capacity for survivability. The design incorporated a 3-inch armoured flight deck, the only carrier class in the world to do so, which reduced the hangar to a single deck and cut the air group from Ark Royal's 60 to 36. The naval staff argued that the Mediterranean theatre demanded carriers that could absorb bomb hits and continue operating. They were correct. On January 10, 1941, HMS Illustrious absorbed 6 direct hits from Ju-88 and Ju-87 dive bombers south of Malta and survived. An American carrier of the same period would have been lost. The price was operational. 36 aircraft could not generate sufficient sortie rates for offensive fleet operations. American Essex-class carriers commissioned from 1943 operated 90 aircraft. The armoured deck philosophy prioritised defence over offence, which suited British strategic circumstances but constrained carrier aviation's contribution to the war. HMS Formidable was struck twice by kamikaze aircraft off Okinawa in May 1945. Damage control teams had both fires out and the deck operational within hours. Illustrious was scrapped in 1956, Formidable in 1953. Victorious was extensively modernised between 1950 and 1958 at a cost of £30 million, more than her original construction price, and served until 1968, when a fire during a refit sealed her fate. HMS Indomitable was a modified Illustrious ordered after the naval staff acknowledged that 36 aircraft was operationally inadequate. The design introduced a second, lower hangar within the armoured box, a structural compromise that increased aircraft capacity to 45 to 48 at the cost of reduced hangar headroom in the lower deck. Aircraft with folded wing heights exceeding 14 feet could not use the lower hangar. The constraint affected several aircraft types throughout her service life. Indomitable was commissioned on October 10, 1941. She ran aground off Jamaica during working up trials in November 1941, a damage incident that kept her out of the Eastern Fleet long enough to miss the Japanese onslaught that sank Hermes and Prince of Wales. She joined the Eastern Fleet in April 1942. In August 1942, during Operation Pedestal, the convoy operation to relieve Malta, she was hit by 2 bombs from German aircraft, flooding both hangars and forcing emergency repairs at Gibraltar. 17 aircraft were destroyed. She survived torpedo damage in July 1943 during the Sicily landings and 2 kamikaze strikes off Okinawa in May 1945. The armoured deck deflected both kamikazes. She returned to Britain in 1945, was placed in reserve in 1947, and was scrapped at Faslane in 1955. Her service life traced the full arc of wartime carrier operations from the Atlantic to the Pacific, a record no other Royal Navy carrier matched. The Implacable class represented the final evolution of the armoured carrier concept, an attempt to combine the armoured deck of the Illustrious with a substantially larger air group. HMS Implacable and HMS Indefatigable achieved this through a lengthened hull and a third sub-hangar storage deck. Aircraft capacity nominally reached 81, though operational figures of 48 to 54 were more typical given maintenance requirements. Both ships commissioned in 1944, too late to influence the European war. Implacable joined the British Pacific Fleet in July 1945 and participated in strikes against the Japanese home islands in July and August 1945. She was present at the Japanese surrender in Tokyo Bay on September 2nd, 1945. Indefatigable also served in the Pacific and was struck by a kamikaze off Okinawa on April 1st, 1945, suffering only superficial damage to the armored deck, a hit that would have caused catastrophic damage to a wooden-decked carrier. Both ships were placed in reserve immediately after the war. The Royal Navy lacked the budget to modernize or operate them in peacetime conditions. Both were scrapped at Dalmuir in 1955, less than 11 years after commissioning. Their scrapping represented a strategic choice the British government made consciously. Carrier power was unaffordable. HMS Unicorn was designed as a fleet carrier maintenance ship, a concept unique in naval history at the time of her commissioning on March 12, 1943. The Admiralty recognized that sustained carrier air operations required enough float maintenance capability to overhaul engines, repair airframes, and return aircraft to operational condition without returning to port. Unicorn was built with workshop facilities, engine test benches, and 2 hangars capable of conducting major aircraft maintenance at sea. Wartime necessity converted her role almost immediately. The shortage of operational carriers meant Unicorn served as a light fleet carrier in the Mediterranean from 1943, conducting strikes during the Sicily and Salerno landings with an air group of 35 Seafires and Swordfish. The dual role compromised both functions. Her workshop facilities were disrupted by operational flying, and her maintenance capacity was consumed by her own air group rather than fleet-wide support. She served in the Korean War from 1950 to 1953, providing logistics support and limited operational flying. Korea was her most sustained combat deployment. The concept of afloat aviation maintenance that Unicorn proved was incorporated into American logistics doctrine and influenced the design of dedicated aviation support vessels operated by the U.S. Navy through the Cold War. She was scrapped at Dalmuir in 1959. The concept she validated outlived her hull by decades. The Colossus class was the Royal Navy's answer to the need for mass carrier production under wartime industrial constraints. 10 ships were ordered in 1942 and 1943 designed to merchant navy construction standards rather than warship specifications. Commercially available fittings, simplified welded frames, standard machinery. The philosophy was explicit: build carriers quickly and cheaply enough to replace losses, accepting reduced combat survivability in exchange for production speed. The class provided the Royal Navy with the numerical carrier strength it had lacked throughout the war. HMS Ocean conducted the first landing of a jet aircraft on a carrier deck on December 3, 1945, when Lieutenant Commander Eric Brown landed a de Havilland Vampire, an event that redefined every subsequent carrier design requirement. HMS Triumph was present at the outbreak of the Korean War in June 1950, immediately deploying with Seafires and Fireflies, the only immediately available British carrier on the Far East Station. Several Colossus-class ships were sold to Allied navies: Venerable to the Netherlands, Vengeance to Australia, then Brazil, Warrior to Canada, then Argentina. The export program was both diplomatic and fiscal. The ships were surplus to peacetime requirements, and sales generated revenue for a treasury struggling with post-war debt. The Colossus class operated under the flags of 9 navies across 40 years. Their design longevity vindicated the rapid construction philosophy. The Majestic class represented an improved Colossus design. 6 hulls were ordered in 1943 and 1944. None of them ever commissioned into Royal Navy service. The end of the war in 1945 halted construction on all 6, and they sat on building ways and in fitting out basins across British yards while the Admiralty debated their future in a post-war defence budget that had contracted dramatically. HMCS Magnificent was completed and loaned to Canada in 1948. HMAS Melbourne, ex-Majestic, was completed to the new angled deck specification and commissioned into the Royal Australian Navy in 1955. Melbourne served the RAN until 1982. INS Vikrant, ex-Hercules, was completed by the Indian Navy at Belfast and commissioned in 1961, serving until 1997. Leviathan and Powerful remained incomplete in British yards for years, used as accommodation ships and harbour training vessels before being scrapped. The Majestic class is a case study in strategic miscalculation. 6 hulls built to meet a wartime requirement, then stranded by peace. The ships served other navies well for decades. The Royal Navy could not afford to use them itself. HMS Eagle was one of 2 Audacious class carriers, the largest carriers the Royal Navy ever completed. Laid down at Harland and Wolff, Belfast, in October 1942 and commissioned on March 1, 1951, Eagle represented the intended peak of British carrier aviation. She received a series of increasingly comprehensive modernizations: the angled flight deck in 1954, the steam catapult replacing the hydraulic system in 1955, and a full modernization between 1959 and 1964 that added a new bow section, 984 radar, and revised arresting gear capable of handling aircraft up to 50,000 pounds. The 1959 to 1964 refit cost £31 million, more than her original construction price, and delayed her return to service to a point where the Defence White Paper of 1966, which cancelled the CVA-01 programme and announced the phasing out of conventional carrier aviation by 1975, had already been issued. Eagle's modernisation had been completed just in time to be made irrelevant by a policy decision. She was reduced to the reserve in 1972 as HMS Ark Royal continued in service. Eagle was cannibalised for parts to keep Ark Royal operational, a process that stripped her hull of usable machinery and avionics before she was sold for scrapping at Cairnryan in 1978. She never fired a weapon in anger. The most capable British carrier to that point was destroyed by budget and policy, not enemy action. Her parts kept Ark Royal flying until 1978. Then both were gone. HMS Ark Royal was the second Audacious class hull and the last conventional fixed-wing fleet carrier the Royal Navy operated. Commissioned on February 25, 1955, she underwent the same pattern of progressive modernization as Eagle, receiving an angled deck, steam catapults, and eventually the modifications necessary to operate the McDonnell Douglas F-4 Phantom II, the most capable fighter the Royal Navy had ever deployed. The F-4K required a £15,000 thrust boost from Rolls-Royce Spey engines to operate from Ark Royal's deck. No other Royal Navy carrier could operate them. Ark Royal's air group in her final commission included Phantom fighters, Blackburn Buccaneer strike aircraft, Fairey Gannet airborne early warning aircraft, and Sea King helicopters, a genuinely capable strike and defense package. The Gannets provided organic airborne early warning that no subsequent British carrier would possess until the Merlin Crow's Nest program entered service in 2021. The 1966 decision to phase out conventional carriers had condemned this capability to dissolution. Ark Royal was decommissioned on December 4, 1978. She was sold to Ward's shipbreakers at Cairn Ryan in 1980. 4 years later, Argentine aircraft with no Royal Navy Phantoms to stop them sank HMS Sheffield and Atlantic Conveyor in the South Atlantic. The connection was exact. The debate was over. The carriers were already gone. The Centaur class were ordered as enlarged light fleet carriers in 1944 and 1945. 4 hulls, Centaur, Albion, Bulwark, and Hermes, were completed between 1953 and 1961, each to a progressively more updated standard. HMS Centaur commissioned in 1953 as a conventional carrier with a straight deck. She was refitted with an angled deck in 1956 to 1958. HMS Albion and HMS Bulwark were both converted to commando carriers in the early 1960s, stripped of their conventional aviation fit and configured to carry 700 Royal Marines with supporting helicopters in the amphibious assault role. The commando carrier conversion was a pragmatic response to the 1966 carrier policy. Rather than scrap the hulls entirely, convert them to a role that the defence establishment was willing to fund. Bulwark and Albion provided amphibious capacity during confrontation operations in Borneo from 1963 to 1966, and withdrawal operations from Aden in 1967. HMS Hermes, the most modern of the 4, was completed to the fully angled deck, steam catapult standard in 1959 and underwent multiple modernizations. She served as flagship of the Falklands Task Force in 1982 under Rear Admiral Sandy Woodward, embarking Sea Harriers and Sea Kings. Her contribution was decisive. She was sold to India in 1986 as INS Virat and decommissioned in 2017 after 57 years of continuous service across 2 navies. CVA-01 was the Royal Navy's attempt to design a replacement for Eagle and Ark Royal, a 53,000-ton fleet carrier capable of operating a modern jet air group including Phantoms, Buccaneers, and airborne early warning aircraft. 2 ships were planned. Design work was advanced. Construction contracts were being prepared. The Defence Review of 1966, conducted under Dennis Healey as Secretary of State for Defence, cancelled both ships on February the 22nd, 1966, with the announcement that conventional carrier aviation would be phased out entirely by 1975. The argument for cancellation rested on 2 premises: that land-based aircraft could provide cover for operations outside the NATO area, and that the cost of CVA-01, at an estimated £56 million per ship, was unaffordable. Both premises were challenged at the time. The Chief of Naval Staff, Admiral Sir David Luce, resigned in protest. The Navy's case that Britain's commitments east of Suez required organic air power was overruled by Treasury pressure. The Falklands War, 16 years later, demonstrated the cost of the decision with clarity that no strategic analysis had matched. The campaign proved exactly what Luce had argued, that land-based air cover cannot substitute for carrier air cover when operating beyond land-based range. CVA-01 would have been in service in 1982. The two ships were never laid down. Their absence cost 255 lives and £1.6 billion. The Invincible class entered service under a designation that the Navy invented specifically to avoid political confrontation. They were called through-deck cruisers during their design and procurement phase because the 1966 defense policy had cancelled carriers. The fiction was eventually abandoned. They were carriers, small ones, operating the BAE Sea Harrier via a 7-degree ski jump ramp developed by Lieutenant Commander Douglas Taylor in 1973, which increased payload and range by allowing the aircraft to launch at a lower speed and climb after leaving the deck. The Falklands War validated the class and the aircraft simultaneously. HMS Invincible and HMS Hermes deployed south with 28 Sea Harriers between them. The Sea Harriers flew 1,435 sorties, achieved 21 kills in air-to-air combat against 0 losses in air combat, and maintained a sortie rate that no expert had projected as achievable. The limitation of the class was unambiguous. 20,600 tons and 22 aircraft was insufficient for sustained fleet air defense or high-intensity strike operations. HMS Ark Royal, commissioned in 1985, was modified to operate the Harrier GR7 in a joint arrangement with the RAF. All three were decommissioned as the Queen Elizabeth class entered service. The class had sustained British carrier aviation through its most politically constrained period. HMS Ocean was the Royal Navy's first purpose-built helicopter carrier, a platform designed specifically for the landing platform helicopter role rather than converted from a conventional carrier. Built by Vickers at Barrow-in-Furness to commercial rather than warship standards, a deliberate cost reduction measure that reduced the build price to approximately £154 million against a warship standard equivalent of £300 million, she was commissioned on September 30th, 1998. The commercial construction standard generated controversy immediately. Her machinery was diesel rather than steam turbine, limiting speed to 18 knots. She lacked the damage resistance of a warship-grade hull. Critics argued the Admiralty had built a vessel that could not survive in a threat environment. Proponents pointed out that helicopter assault operations require sea control to be established before the ship is committed. Ocean deployed to the Gulf in 2003 for Operation Iraqi Freedom, inserting Royal Marines by helicopter in the Al-Faw Peninsula assault. She operated off Libya in 2011 during Operation Elemi, launching Apache helicopter gun runs against Gaddafi's forces, the first time British Army Air Corps Apaches had been deployed from a ship in a combat scenario. She was sold to Brazil in 2018 as NAE Atlantico. At 19 years, her service life was short for the investment made. HMS Queen Elizabeth and HMS Prince of Wales are the largest warships the Royal Navy has ever operated. 65,000 tons full load, 918 feet in length, with a flight deck of 4.5 acres. They took 36 years to go from concept to commission, absorbing every political reversal, budget crisis and procurement scandal the British defence establishment could generate. The Strategic Defence Review of 1998 first committed to the programme. The Strategic Defence and Security Review of 2010 temporarily cancelled the conventional catapult option and switched to the F-35BS-TOVL variant. a decision that cost £100 million in redesign costs, before being partially reversed, then re-reversed, ultimately settling on STOVL with a 13-degree ski jump ramp. Queen Elizabeth commissioned on December 7th, 2017, 76 years to the day after Pearl Harbor. Her first operational deployment in 2021, Carrier Strike Group 21, covered 49,000 nautical miles and included 17 nations and 6 NATO allies, F-35Bs from 617 Squadron and US Marine Corps, 5 MFA 211 flew 4,700 sorties. The deployment demonstrated that the UK had rebuilt fleet carrier capability after a 39-year absence, the longest carrier gap in Royal Navy history. HMS Prince of Wales, commissioned on December 10th, 2019. Both ships use a twin island layout, separate islands for navigation and aviation control, derived from commercial ferry design practice and unique among modern carriers. The design decision eliminated the need to route aviation exhaust through a single combined island, improving both flight deck space and survivability. At 65,000 tons without nuclear propulsion, the class represents the largest non-nuclear carrier design in service anywhere in the world. Whether two ships are sufficient to provide continuous carrier availability is the question the program has never fully answered. The Royal Sovereign class established the template for the British pre-Dreadnought and reset the terms of naval competition at the moment of their commissioning. Director of Naval Construction William White's design placed the four 13.5-inch guns in twin barbettes, fore and aft above the waterline, a departure from the low freeboard designs of the 1880s that gave the class exceptional seakeeping and firing arcs that previous ships could not match. At 14,150 tons, they were the largest and most powerful warships afloat when HMS Royal Sovereign commissioned on May 2nd, 1892. 7 ships were built, all commissioned between 1892 and 1894. Their construction accelerated after Parliament's Naval Defence Act of 1889 appropriated £21.5 million for 10 new battleships, the largest single naval appropriation in British history to that date. The programme signalled to France and Russia that Britain intended to maintain a 2-power standard, a fleet equal to any 2 other navies combined. None of the class saw fleet action. They served primarily in the Channel and Mediterranean fleets through the late 1890s and were progressively replaced by the Majestic and Canopus classes. All were sold for scrap or disposed of by 1913. Their significance was architectural. They set the design standard that 6 subsequent pre-Dreadnought classes would refine over the following 14 years, each iteration adding tonnage, armour and gun calibre to the formula White had established. The Majestic class was the largest single battleship class Britain ever built, 9 ships commissioned between 1895 and 1898, forming the numerical backbone of the Royal Navy through the turn of the century. The shift from 13.5-inch to 12-inch main armament reflected the adoption of the new Mark 8 gun, whose higher muzzle velocity and improved metallurgy delivered equivalent destructive effect from a smaller, lighter weapon, enabling the class to carry heavier secondary and tertiary batteries within the same displacement envelope. All 9 ships served in the Mediterranean and Channel fleets during the South African War period, representing British naval power at its institutional peak. By 1914, however, the Majestic class was already obsolescent, replaced by 4 successive classes of dreadnoughts and rendered strategically irrelevant by the shift in naval architecture that HMS Dreadnought had forced. World War I assigned most surviving Majestics to the Dardanelles campaign. HMS Majestic herself was torpedoed by German submarine U-21 on May 27, 1915 off Cape Helles, capsizing with the loss of 49 men. The class that had defined British naval power in 1895 finished its career as expendable blockade assets in 1915, a trajectory that measured the pace of technological change in naval warfare. The Canopus class represented a deliberate reduction in displacement to produce ships capable of operating in shallow draft, colonial waters. At 13,150 tons against the Majestic's 14,890, the Canopus class traded displacement for speed and the ability to transit the Suez Canal fully loaded, a strategic requirement driven by Admiralty assessments of Russian and French naval expansion in the Far East. The 6 ships commissioned between 1900 and 1902 served primarily in the Mediterranean and China station before World War I. HMS Canopus participated in the hunt for Admiral von Spee's East Asiatic Squadron in 1914, reaching the Falkland Islands before the main British force. Her presence may have delayed von Spee's departure long enough for the battlecruisers HMS Invincible and Inflexible to arrive and destroy his squadron on December 8, 1914. HMS Goliath was torpedoed in the Dardanelles on May the 12th and 13th, 1915 by the Ottoman destroyer Muavenet-i-Millia, capsizing with the loss of 570 men. The sinking demonstrated that pre-dreadnought battleships deployed in confined waters against torpedo craft were not warships, but targets. The lesson was not sufficiently acted upon before the loss of other pre-dreadnoughts followed. The formidable class was a reversion to full-size battleship displacement after the reduced Canopus design, incorporating thicker side armour over a greater waterline length. Director of Naval Construction. White specified Harvey's cemented armour on a nickel-steel backing plate, a combination that resisted penetration better than the compound armour of the preceding decade, at a weight penalty acceptable within the 15,000-ton displacement. 3 ships commissioned between 1901 and 1902. HMS Formidable was torpedoed by U-24 on January 1, 1915 in the English Channel while conducting exercises, the first British dreadnought lost in the war. She sank in 90 minutes with 547 men. HMS Irresistible was mined and then torpedoed during the naval assault on the Dardanelles on March 18, 1915, sinking with significant casualties. Her sister, HMS Implacable, survived the war and was used as a training hulk before being scuttled in 1921. The formidable class exemplified the pre-dreadnought's wartime fate. Too obsolete for fleet action, too valuable to waste, too vulnerable to the weapons that modern naval warfare had produced. The London class was a near repeat of the formidable design with minor internal improvements to crew accommodation and fire control arrangements. 5 ships commissioned between 1902 and 1904. Their construction coincided with the first serious analysis of the all-big-gun battleship concept by Admiral John Fisher, whose advocacy would produce HMS Dreadnought 3 years after the last London-class ship commissioned. HMS Bulwark was destroyed by an internal magazine explosion at Sheerness on November 26, 1914, killing 736 of her 750 crew. The catastrophic loss was attributed to improper cordite stowage, a lesson that the Royal Navy would fail to fully absorb until the Battle of Jutland in 1916, when similar magazine explosions destroyed the battlecruisers Indefatigable, Queen Mary, and Invincible. The surviving London-class ships served as second-line fleet units throughout the war, employed in the Dardanelles and as harbour guard ships. The London-class produced no distinguished operational record. Their significance was numerical. They represented the last major pre-Dreadnought class before Fisher's Revolution consumed the building programme. The King Edward VII class introduced the intermediate calibre secondary battery, 4 9.2-inch guns in addition to the main 12-inch armament, intended to increase broadside weight against vessels too large for 6-inch guns, but too agile for deliberate 12-inch salvos. 8 ships commissioned between 1905 and 1907, making it the largest class of pre-dreadnoughts ever completed for the Royal Navy. HMS Dreadnought made them conceptually obsolete before the last of the class was commissioned. The intermediate battery philosophy they embodied was immediately abandoned in favour of the all-big-gun principle. The King Edward VII class ships were described by Fisher as the wobblers. His contemptuous assessment of the compromise they represented between the old mixed battery approach and the all-big-gun logic he had championed. HMS King. Edward VII was mined and sank on January 6, 1916, with no loss of life in the explosion, but significant casualties during the evacuation. HMS Britannia was torpedoed by German submarine UB-50 on November 9, 1918, 2 days before the armistice, while entering the Strait of Gibraltar, sinking with the loss of 50 men. She was one of the last British warships sunk in the war, and among the last to die as an operationally meaningful fighting ship of the pre-Dreadnought era. The Lord Nelson class was the ultimate expression of the pre-Dreadnought battleship, the final refinement of the formula before HMS Dreadnought rendered it permanently obsolete. Director of Naval Construction Philip Watts designed these 2 ships with the most powerful secondary battery yet fitted to a British battleship. 10 9.2-inch guns arranged to provide 6-gun broadsides on each beam. HMS Lord Nelson and HMS Agamemnon were laid down in 1905 and 1906, respectively, but their construction was deliberately delayed to allow the revolutionary Dreadnought to complete first, a decision that exposed the obsolescence of their design before they had even been launched. They commissioned in 1908 into a navy that was already building their replacements. Both ships served in the Dardanelles campaign in 1915, providing offshore bombardment support during the naval assault and the subsequent Gallipoli landings. Both survived the war without major damage, a combination of their heavy protection and their deployment in support, rather than fleet roles. They were sold for scrapping in 1920 and 1921. The last pre-dreadnoughts to be built, they were among the last to serve. HMS Dreadnought was not the inevitable product of naval evolution. She was the result of one man's conviction that the existing paradigm was wrong and his authority to act on that conviction without waiting for consensus. Admiral Sir John Fisher became First Sea Lord in October 1904, and within 6 months had assembled a committee on designs that produced the specification for a battleship armed entirely with heavy guns, 10 12-inch guns in 5 twin turrets. Parsons' turbines gave her 21 knots, 3 knots faster than any contemporary battleship. The keel was laid on October 2nd, 1905. She floated on February 10th, 1906, having been built in 366 days from laying down to launch. She commissioned on December 11th, 1906. From that date, every battleship in existence was obsolete, and every battleship under construction required reassessment. The strategic paradox Fisher created was recognized immediately. Britain had superior capital ship strength and had voluntarily destroyed the value of that superiority by introducing a new class that reset the competition to zero. Fisher's response was that Britain's industrial capacity would outbuild everyone. He was largely correct. Dreadnought herself never fired her guns in anger and was sold for scrap in 1921. She had already done her work simply by existing. The Bellerophon class was a near repetition of Dreadnought with modifications drawn directly from sea trials, improved subdivision below the waterline and a repositioned forecastle mast that eliminated the problem of funnel gases obscuring the foretop fire control position. 3 ships commissioned in 1909. They demonstrated that the Royal Navy intended to build the type in series rather than wait for a further design iteration. All 3 served in the Grand Fleet at Jutland on May 31st and June 1st, 1916. HMS Bellerophon fired 67 rounds of 12-inch ammunition. HMS Superb fired 54 rounds. HMS Temeraire fired 36 rounds. None was hit by German heavy shells. The Bellerophon class participated in the surrender of the German High Seas Fleet on November 21, 1918, forming part of the Grand Fleet Escort that received 74 German warships in the Firth of Forth. 3 weeks later, all 3 were relegated to reserve status. They were sold for scrapping under the Washington Naval Treaty provisions of 1921 and 1922. The St. Vincent class introduced the 12-inch 50 caliber gun, a longer barrel providing higher muzzle velocity and improved armor penetration at the ranges that naval tacticians were beginning to consider as battle might actually be fought. 3 ships commissioned between 1910 and 1911. The progression from Dreadnought through Bellerophon to St. Vincent illustrated the systematic improvement philosophy that characterized British naval construction, incremental gains compounding across successive classes. All 3 served in the Grand Fleet at Jutland. HMS Collingwood fired 84 rounds of 12-inch shells. HMS St. Vincent fired 98. Neither suffered significant damage, but HMS Vanguard never fired at an enemy. On July 9, 1917, she was destroyed at anchor in Scapa Flow by an internal magazine explosion, killing all but 2 of her 845-man crew. The explosion was attributed to overheated cordite, the same mechanism responsible for the loss of HMS Bulwark in 1914 and the battlecruiser losses at Jutland. HMS Vanguard remains at the bottom of Scapa Flow, a war grave holding the bodies of 843 men. HMS Neptune introduced the super-firing turret arrangement to British battleships, placing the midships turret in a raised position forward of the aft pair, allowing all 10 12-inch guns to fire on the broadside simultaneously for the first time in British Dreadnought design. Previous Dreadnoughts had been unable to use all turrets in broadside fire because amidships wing turrets obstructed each other's arcs. The Colossus class, comprising HMS Colossus and HMS Hercules, was essentially a repeat of Neptune with detail improvements. All 3 ships served at Jutland. Neptune fired 48 rounds. Colossus was the only Dreadnought battleship at Jutland to receive 12-inch shell hits, sustaining 2 near misses that caused minor flooding. Hercules fired 93 rounds. All 3 were placed in reserve after the armistice and sold for scrap under the Washington Naval Treaty in 1921 and 1922. They served as the transition between the early Dreadnought concept and the King George V class that immediately followed, ships that solved the superfiring problem completely and introduced the 13.5-inch gun that defined the Super Dreadnought era. The Orion class marked the transition from Dreadnought to Super Dreadnought by adopting the 13.5-inch gun in a completely centerline layout. All 5 twin turrets on the ship's centerline in superfiring pairs with no wing turrets to obstruct broadside arcs. The result was a full 10-gun broadside for the first time in British capital ship history. The 13.5-inch Mark V gun fired a 1,250-pound shell compared to the 12-inch gun's 850-pound shell, a 47% increase in projectile weight. 4 ships commissioned between 1912 and 1913. HMS Thunderer won the fleet gunnery competition in November 1911 before commissioning, demonstrating performance standards that exceeded those of any previous British battleship. All 4 served at Jutland. HMS Conqueror, Orion, and Monarch each fired 57 rounds of 13.5-inch. HMS Thunderer fired 29. None suffered significant damage. Under the Washington Naval Treaty, all 4 were sold for scrapping in 1922 and 1923. The treaty that ended the naval arms race also eliminated ships that were, in 1922, still among the most powerful in the world. Political economics destroyed what German gunnery had not. The 1912 King George V class was an improved Orion incorporating thicker side armour and revised internal subdivision. The 4 ships commissioned in 1912 and 1913. Their construction coincided with Winston Churchill's first naval estimates as First Lord of the Admiralty, a document committing Britain to maintaining a 60% superiority over German dreadnought strength. HMS Audacious was mined on October 27, 1914 off the north coast of Ireland, sinking after a prolonged salvage attempt that failed when the stern exploded. She was the first British dreadnought lost in the war. The Admiralty suppressed news of her loss until after the armistice, fearing the propaganda effect on neutral opinion, particularly in the United States. The remaining 3 ships served at Jutland. HMS Ajax fired 56 rounds of 13.5-inch. HMS Centurion fired 53. HMS King George V fired 11 rounds before a temporary gun malfunction interrupted her firing. Centurion was later converted to a radio-controlled target ship and served until 1944, when she was sunk as part of the Mulberry Harbour breakwater off Normandy, an end entirely different from the fleet action the Admiralty had built her to fight. The Iron Duke class was the final development of the 13.5-inch gun Super Dreadnought and the class that commanded the Grand Fleet at the Battle of Jutland. HMS Iron Duke served as flagship for Admiral Sir John Jellicoe, the man Churchill described as the only person who could lose the war in an afternoon. On May 31, 1916, Iron Duke led 24 British dreadnoughts and battlecruisers against the German High Seas Fleet in the largest naval battle in history. She fired 90 rounds of 13.5-inch shells and was hit twice by 12-inch shells, suffering minor damage. HMS Marlborough was torpedoed during the battle, striking her starboard side with a single hit that caused significant flooding. She maintained station and continued fighting, firing 162 rounds of 13.5-inch before withdrawing. All 4 Iron Duke-class ships survived Jutland. The 12 times 6-inch secondary battery, replacing the earlier 4-inch quick-firers, was intended to defeat torpedo boat destroyers at the ranges that fleet actions would actually produce. Iron Duke herself survived both World Wars, serving as a harbour training ship in the second, before being sold for scrap in 1946. She had outlasted everything around her by maintaining relevance through institutional adaptation rather than fighting capability. The Queen Elizabeth class was the finest battleship design produced by any navy in the First World War. 5 ships that combined 25 knot speed, 8 15-inch guns, and oil-fired boilers into a package that dominated both world wars across a 30-year operational career. The 15-inch Mark I gun fired a 1,920-pound shell at a muzzle velocity of 2,450 feet per second, 54% more shell weight than the 13.5-inch. And proved so reliable and accurate that the same basic weapon equipped every major British battleship through to HMS Vanguard in 1946. HMS Warspite fought at Jutland, sustaining 13 hits from German 12-inch and 11-inch shells that caused severe damage and temporary loss of steering control. Yet she remained in action, fired 259 rounds of 15-inch, and survived to fight again in World War II, where she was present at Narvik, Calabria, Matapan, and the Normandy bombardment. No ship in the Royal Navy accumulated a comparable combat record. HMS Barham was torpedoed by German submarine U-331 on November 25, 1941, in the Mediterranean, capsizing and sinking in approximately 4 minutes after her magazines exploded. 862 men were killed, 450 survived. The 5 Queen Elizabeth-class ships were the most consequential British battleships of the 20th century, demonstrating that a design could be relevant across 2 world wars if the initial conception was sufficiently advanced. The 1916 Royal Sovereign class, the R-class, was built concurrently with the Queen Elizabeths, but incorporated coal and oil mixed firing rather than pure oil propulsion, reducing their speed to 23 knots against the Queen Elizabeth's 25. The 2-knot disadvantage, which seemed minor in 1913, proved decisive in the interwar period. The R-class ships were too slow to serve with the fast carrier task forces that World War II demanded, relegating them to convoy, escort, and subsidiary bombardment roles. HMS Royal Oak was torpedoed in Scapa Flow by German submarine U-47 under Kapitänleutnant Günther Prien on October 14, 1939, a feat of navigation through the defended anchorage that shocked the Royal Navy. She sank in 13 minutes with the loss of 833 men. The attack demonstrated that Scapa Flow's defences had not been maintained to a standard that resisted 1939 submarine technology. HMS Ramillies survived the war, having participated in the hunt for the Bismarck, the bombardment of Diego Suarez in 1942, and the Normandy landings in 1944. All 5 were sold for scrapping in the late 1940s, their wartime service record reflecting the limitations their designers had accepted in 1913. The Nelson class was the product of the Washington Naval Treaty's constraint, 35,000-ton standard displacement, applied by British designers who refused to accept that constraint required inferior ships. Director of Naval Construction Stanley Goodall concentrated all 9 16-inch guns forward in 3 triple turrets, positioned the machinery spaces aft, and achieved a combination of firepower, armour protection, and anti-torpedo defence that no previous British battleship had matched within any displacement limit. The 16-inch Mark I gun fired a 2,048-pound shell, the heaviest shell ever mounted in a British warship. The armour belt reached 14 inches at the waterline, thicker than any previous British battleship. HMS Rodney participated in the destruction of the Bismarck on May 27, 1941, firing 380 16-inch shells and multiple torpedo hits at close range. HMS Nelson was mined twice, torpedoed once, survived, and continued in service through the Italian armistice in 1943 and the Normandy bombardment in 1944. Both were sold for scrapping in 1948 and 1949. The 1940 King George V class was compromised before the first ship was laid down by a treaty deadline the Admiralty chose to meet rather than miss. Britain had declared she would not exceed 14-inch guns under the 1936 Second London Naval Treaty, then discovered that Japan was building 18-inch gunned Yamato-class ships in secret. The decision to proceed with 14-inch guns rather than delay for a redesign was political, meeting the treaty obligation that Germany, Japan, and the United States were ignoring. HMS Prince of Wales was sunk on December 10, 1941 by Japanese aircraft from the 22nd Air Flotilla northeast of Malaya, along with the battle cruiser HMS Repulse. Both ships lacked air cover. Prince of Wales absorbed 6 aerial torpedo hits and 1 bomb before capsizing, killing 327 men. The sinking provided the final proof that battleships operating without air cover against modern land-based air power were non-survivable. HMS Duke of York sank the German battlecruiser Scharnhorst at the Battle of North Cape on December 26, 1943, hitting her 13 times with 14-inch shells in a night engagement. It was the last classic battleship action fought by the Royal Navy. All surviving units were sold for scrap between 1957 and 1958. HMS Hood was the largest warship in the world for 20 years, a battle cruiser completed in 1920 that combined 15-inch guns with 31-knot speed in a 42,670-ton hull that impressed every navy that saw her. She symbolized British naval power between the wars to a degree that no other ship matched. She was simultaneously the Navy's most beautiful ship and its most dangerous design, gamble. A battlecruiser, optimized for speed by reducing the deck armor that would have protected her against plunging fire at long range. A 1919 Admiralty reconstruction study recommended adding 5,000 tons of additional armor. The modification was never carried out, partly due to cost, and partly due to the belief that post-Jutland tactical doctrine would prevent long-range plunging fire engagements. That belief was 20 years out of date when Hood engaged the Bismarck. On May 24, 1941, the 5th salvo fired by Bismarck struck Hood's after magazine. She sank in approximately 3 minutes. Of her 1,418 crew, 1,415 died. 3 men were recovered from the North Atlantic. Hood's symbolic importance had exceeded her military capability for years. The gap between symbol and reality closed at 6 o'clock on May 24, 1941, in the Denmark Strait in a flash of light that was visible 40 miles away. HMS Vanguard was the last battleship ever built by any Western Navy, completed in 1946. Too late to fight the war she had been designed for, too expensive to maintain in the economic crisis that followed it, and too large to serve any strategic purpose that aircraft carriers and missiles had not already assumed. She mounted the 15-inch guns removed from the battlecruisers, glorious and courageous in the 1920s, weapons already a quarter-century old when fitted. She was the finest battleship Britain ever built in pure technical terms. The most stable gun platform, the most comprehensively anti-aircraft equipped, the fastest large battleship in Royal Navy service, and the best protected. At 44,500 tons full load, she was also the largest British warship ever built at that point. None of it mattered operationally. She commissioned into a navy that was decommissioning battleships, not planning to use them. She carried the royal family to South Africa in 1947 for a state visit, the most significant deployment of her career. Vanguard was decommissioned in 1960 and sold for scrapping at Faslane, the last act of a naval tradition that had defined global power for 2 centuries. The era was over. What replaced it was not less powerful, it was differently powerful. Vanguard's scrapping closed the account of a technology that had begun in iron, survived into steel, and finally fell not to an enemy, but to arithmetic. The Lion class was the Royal Navy's response to the failure of the 14-inch gun decision that had constrained the King George V class, 4 battleships designed from 1938 with 16-inch guns, 30 knots, and the full protection that the KGV class had sacrificed to treaty limits. They were to have been the most powerful battleships Britain ever built. Contracts were placed in August 1939 for HMS Lion and HMS Temeraire. The outbreak of war immediately diverted steel, skilled labour, and shipyard capacity toward more urgently needed destroyers, corvettes, and submarines. In October 1940, the programme was suspended with Lion's hull at 45% completion. Temeraire, Conqueror, and Thunderer were cancelled before significant construction had proceeded. The decision to cancel them was not wrong. The steel and labour went to the Atlantic battle that actually decided the war, but the ships they would have been were among the finest battleship designs in naval history. What their combat record would have been, no one can know. The Holland class, 5 boats built at Vickers, Sons and Maxim at Barrow-in-Furness between 1901 and 1903, were Britain's first operational submarines, purchased from the Electric Boat Company under licence from inventor John Philip Holland after years of Admiralty resistance had been overcome by the practical demonstration that other navies, notably France, were actively building submarines that threatened British surface supremacy. The Royal Navy bought them not with enthusiasm, but with the pragmatic recognition that if they could not be prevented, they should at least be understood. At 113 tons surfaced and 19.5 metres length, the Hollands were marginal platforms, gasoline engines that produced toxic fumes below deck, single torpedo tubes that required the entire boat to be aimed at the target, and a surface speed of 7.4 knots that made them tactical curiosities rather than strategic weapons. Holland once sank accidentally off Plymouth in 1913 when ballast tank valves were left open during towing. She was raised in 1982 and is preserved at the Royal Navy Submarine Museum at Gosport. Their importance was institutional rather than operational. The officers who trained on Hollands 1 through 5 developed the procedural and tactical frameworks that subsequent classes would inherit. The submarine service began not with a triumph, but with 5 barely functional boats that taught the Royal Navy, grudgingly, that submarines were here to stay. The A and B classes, 13 A-boats and 11 B-boats built between 1903 and 1906 represented iterative improvements on the Holland design. The A-class moved to a more powerful petrol engine. The B-class, at 287 tons surfaced, was the first British submarine considered capable of independent coastal operations. Neither class was safe by any standard. Petrol fumes, primitive ventilation, and single-hull construction made operations consistently dangerous. A one was sunk in a collision with the passenger steamer Berwick Castle off Portsmouth on March 18, 1904, drowning all 11 crew, the first Royal Navy submarine fatality. The loss prompted improved collision procedures, but not the kind of systemic redesign that would have required admitting that the entire A-class design was fundamentally hazardous. B-11 under Lieutenant Norman Holbrook earned the Royal Navy's first Victoria Cross of World War I on December 13, 1914, penetrating the Dardanelles minefields, diving under 5 rows of mines and torpedoing the Ottoman Dreadnought Masudia at anchor in Sari Siglar Bay. It was the first time a submarine had sunk a capital warship in combat, a tactical proof of concept that navies around the world immediately absorbed. The C, D and E classes represent the developmental arc that produced Britain's first genuinely capable offensive submarines. The C class resolved the gasoline engine problem by introducing heavier oil engines. The D class introduced diesel propulsion, saddle tanks, and wireless telegraphy. The E-class, 55 boats built between 1912 and 1917, was the first British submarine designed from the outset for fleet operations. E-11 Under Commander Martin Nasmyth conducted the most remarkable campaign of British submarine history in 1915, 3 patrols in the Sea of Marmara, penetrating through the Dardanelles minefields each time, sinking 98 vessels totaling 98,000 tons, including the pre-Dreadnought Barbaros Hayreddin. Nasmyth received the Victoria Cross. E-class losses were heavy. Of 55 boats, 28 were lost in combat, a 51% attrition rate. The E-class proved what submarines could accomplish. The losses proved the cost. Both proofs were noted and both were accepted as the price of undersea warfare. The K-class was the Royal Navy's attempt to build a submarine fast enough to operate with the Grand Fleet's battle squadrons, a concept that required surface speeds of 24 knots that diesel engines could not provide, and that steam turbines, with all their hazardous complexity, could. K-class boats required approximately 5 minutes to dive. 5 minutes was tactical eternity. On January 31, 1918, during a fleet exercise in the Firth of Forth, designated Exercise EC-1, a series of collisions in poor visibility destroyed 5 K-class submarines and damaged 3 more. K-4 and K-17 sank. 105 men died. No enemy was involved. The event, known as the Battle of May Island, was the worst submarine disaster in British history. The K-class never sank an enemy vessel. All 18 built were scrapped by 1931. The program consumed resources that could have produced twice as many E-class boats and was sustained primarily by institutional commitment to a fleet submarine concept that the design's fatal limitations eventually made undeniable. The L-class, 27 boats commissioned between 1917 and 1924, was the evolutionary successor to the E-class, increasing displacement to 890 tons, upgrading to 21-inch torpedoes, and incorporating 4 years of wartime submarine operational lessons. The M-class, 3 boats, represented the most eccentric concept in British submarine history. submarines armed with a single 12-inch naval gun, the same caliber as a battleship. M1 was completed in 1918, too late to be tested in combat. M1 was sunk in collision with the Swedish coaster Vidar off start point on November 12, 1925, taking all 69 crew members to the bottom, the worst Royal Navy submarine accident of the interwar period. M2 was converted to carry a small seaplane, flooded and sank on January 26, 1932, when the watertight hangar door was left open during diving. M3 was converted to a mine layer. The OP and R classes, 18 ocean-going submarines built between 1927 and 1931, were designed for patrol operations in distant waters, specifically the Pacific and Indian Ocean theatres, where Britain's imperial commitments required submarines capable of sustained long-range operations. At 9,800 nautical miles, range at 8 knots, these boats could operate from Singapore or Hong Kong without need for forward bases. The losses were concentrated in 2 theatres: the Mediterranean, where Italian and German anti-submarine forces progressively improved, and the Far East, where Japanese air power overwhelmed British forces simultaneously with Pearl Harbor. Of the 18 boats, 9 were lost in combat, a 50% attrition rate. The T-class, 53 boats built between 1937 and 1945, was designed around an extraordinary armament of 11 forward-firing 21-inch torpedo tubes, enabling a salvo that could saturate any target's defensive maneuvering. No other submarine class in history matched this forward salvo weight. HMS Thetis sank during acceptance trials in Liverpool Bay on June 1, 1939, when a torpedo tube rear door was opened while the bow cap was also open. 99 men died, naval personnel, Vickers workers, an observer, in one of the worst pre-war submarine disasters. The escape apparatus worked for 4 men. T-class boats fought throughout the Atlantic, Mediterranean and Pacific. Post-war, many were streamlined and served into the 1960s as NATO Cold War submarines, the primary forces available during the early Cold War years before the nuclear program delivered its first boats. The S and U classes were Britain's medium and coastal submarines of World War II, providing the bulk of operational boats in the Mediterranean and coastal waters theatres. The S-class, at 768 tons, became the most numerically significant British submarine of the war, 62 built. The U-class, at 540 tons, was the smallest seagoing submarine in British service. HMS Upholder, under Lieutenant Commander Malcolm David Wanklyn, became the Royal Navy's most successful World War II submarine commander, 24 combat patrols from Malta, sinking the troopship Conte Rosso, the liner Neptunia and Oceania, the cruiser Museo Attendolo, and 97,000 tons of Axis shipping in total. Wanklyn received the Victoria Cross, the DSO with 2 bars, and the Lloyd's War Medal. HMS Upholder was sunk on April 14, 1942 by the Italian torpedo boat Pegaso. All 32 crew members died, including Wanklyn. The submarine service's most decorated officer was 32 years old. The A and V classes, the final British submarine designs to enter service before the nuclear age, were ordered in large numbers in 1943 and 1944 in anticipation of the Pacific Campaign's demands. 46 A-class boats were ordered. The war ended before most could be completed and 30 were cancelled. The 16 that were completed formed the backbone of the post-war conventional submarine fleet. Several A-class boats were sold to Allied navies, establishing the pattern of submarine support that would eventually produce the Upholder-class export programs. The A-class boats that served into the 1970s did so as the gap was filled by the nuclear program. Their phase-out was determined not by age but by the decision that nuclear submarines would replace conventional ones across the entire attack submarine role. HMS Explorer and HMS Excalibur were Britain's attempt to develop the high-test peroxide turbine technology captured from German Type 17 boats at the end of World War II, the propulsion system that had demonstrated 25 knots submerged. Britain built 2 experimental boats using the Walter cycle in the early 1950s to evaluate whether HTP could produce the high submerged speed that would render conventional anti-submarine warfare obsolete. Both demonstrated the submerged speeds promised, exceeding 25 knots, and both confirmed the fundamental problem: HTP was an extraordinarily hazardous oxidant. Explorer earned the nickname HMS Exploder among her crew for a succession of HTP-related fires and incidents. The program was abandoned by the late 1950s after an evaluation that concluded HTP's operational hazards made it unacceptable for fleet service. Both boats were scrapped in the 1960s. The target speed they had demonstrated was achieved instead by HMS Dreadnought through nuclear propulsion in 1963. The HTP program's failure confirmed that the performance requirement was real and that the solution would have to come from a completely different technology path. The Porpoise class, 8 boats commissioned between 1958 and 1961, was the first British submarine class designed specifically for post-war Cold War requirements. Incorporating lessons from the Type 21 electroboot technical documentation recovered in Germany in 1945, the Porpoise class featured streamlined hull form, large battery banks for high submerged speed, and a sonar suite optimized for the North Atlantic. The design represented a genuinely important advance. Submerged speed of 17 knots exceeded that of most Cold War Soviet submarines. The streamlined hull reduced acoustic signature, and the Type 187 sonar suite provided passive detection capability that informed the tactical doctrine British submarines would use for the next 30 years. All 8 were retired by 1987 as the Oberon class fully replaced them, and the nuclear boats took over fleet tasks. HMS Porpoise served for 29 years without serious incident, a reliability record that testified to sound, basic design. The Oberon class, 27 boats total, 13 for the Royal Navy, and 14 export, built between 1959 and 1978, was the most commercially successful British submarine design in history, and the class that sustained British conventional submarine capability through the critical transition years of the nuclear program. 14 Oberons were sold to Australia, Canada, Chile, and Brazil, the largest British submarine export program, establishing relationships with allied navies and generating revenue that Vickers and the government used to offset nuclear submarine construction costs. 2 Royal Navy Oberons, HMS Onyx and HMS Spartan, deployed to the South Atlantic during the Falklands War of 1982. Onyx provided intelligence-gathering special forces insertion and surveillance operations that the surface force could not safely conduct under Argentine air threat. The Oberon served until the early 1990s. The Upholder class, 4 boats, HMS Upholder, Unseen, Ursula, and Unicorn, was the last conventional submarine the Royal Navy would operate, built at a cost of £200 million per hull and paid off without having conducted a single operational patrol. The Strategic Defence Review of 1993 and 1994 concluded that the Royal Navy would maintain only nuclear submarines. All 4 upholders were placed in extended readiness within months of commissioning. Canada purchased all four in 1998 for $750 million Canadian dollars. Renamed the Victoria-class, HMCS Chicoutimi suffered a fire in 2004 that killed Lieutenant Chris Saunders, the first Canadian submarine death in decades. The Upholder class that Britain had built and abandoned was now killing Canadians. Britain's decision to abandon conventional submarines entirely has been periodically questioned, but never reversed. HMS Dreadnought, commissioned April 17, 1963, was Britain's first nuclear-powered submarine, and her existence depended entirely on a technology transfer agreement with the United States that was, at the time, without precedent in nuclear history. President Eisenhower agreed in 1958 to provide Britain with a complete American S-5W reactor system, along with the technical data, enriched uranium, and operational assistance required to make it work. Britain was the only nation to receive American nuclear submarine technology under such terms. Dreadnought was laid down at Vickers Armstrong in Barrow-in-Furness on June 12, 1959, and took nearly 4 years to build. She commissioned with a mixed crew of Royal Navy submariners who had trained in American nuclear submarines for 2 years. Dreadnought served for 17 years before being paid off in 1980. She demonstrated what was already known. Nuclear propulsion transformed submarines from vessels that occasionally submerged into vessels that occasionally surfaced, and that transformation was irreversible for any navy that could afford it. The Valiant and Warspite, two boats commissioned in 1966 and 1967, were the first British nuclear submarines powered by a domestically developed reactor, the Rolls-Royce PWR-1, which Britain had developed independently after acquiring the American S-5W understanding through Dreadnought. HMS Conqueror, a Churchill-class successor, sank the Argentine cruiser ARA General Belgrano on May 2, 1982, with Mk8 torpedoes, the only time a nuclear-powered submarine has sunk a warship in combat. 323 Argentine sailors died. The entire Argentine surface fleet subsequently withdrew to territorial waters and remained there for the Falklands War's duration. One sinking neutralized a navy. The Churchill class, 5 boats including Conqueror, formed the core of the Royal Navy's SSN force through the 1970s and 1980s. HMS Conqueror remains the only nuclear submarine to have used its weapons against a surface vessel. The Swiftsure class, 6 boats commissioned between 1973 and 1981, was the first British SSN class designed without direct American technical input, and the first to achieve submerged performance that made it genuinely competitive with contemporary Soviet submarines in the North Atlantic. HMS Spartan conducted under-ice Arctic operations in 1986, proving British nuclear submarine capability in environments strategically important given Soviet SSBN patrol areas under the Arctic ice cap. HMS Splendid became the first Royal Navy submarine to fire Tomahawk cruise missiles in combat during Operation Allied Force in 1999, attacking Serbian targets during the Kosovo campaign, the first time a British submarine had struck targets on land using a cruise missile. All 6 Swiftsure-class submarines were retired between 2004 and 2010. Like all British nuclear submarines, they await disposal in a program that remains unfunded to the degree required for near-term resolution. Britain has become the nation with more submarines awaiting disposal than currently in service. The Trafalgar class, 7 boats commissioned between 1983 and 1991, was the most operationally active British submarine class in history, participating in 4 distinct combat operations across 2 decades and establishing the Tomahawk land attack cruise missile as a permanent component of British submarine capability. HMS Trafalgar and other boats of the class fired Tomahawk missiles in the 1991 Gulf War. Subsequent operations in Kosovo, Iraq in 2003 and Libya in 2011 established a continuous operational tempo that demonstrated the strategic utility of nuclear submarines as strike platforms against non-naval targets. HMS Turbulent fired Tomahawks against Iraqi targets in 2003, the longest-ranged maritime strike operation in Royal Navy history. The last Trafalgar-class boat, HMS Triumph, was retired in 2022, leaving the Royal Navy dependent entirely on the Astute-class for its SSN force, while Astute program delivery delays created a temporary and deeply uncomfortable capability gap. The Vanguard-class 4 boats, HMS Vanguard, Victorious, Vigilant and Vengeance, commissioned between 1993 and 1999, carries Britain's entire nuclear deterrent. Each boat carries up to 16 Trident D5 submarine-launched ballistic missiles with a range exceeding 7,400 kilometers. One boat is always on patrol, a cycle of continuous at-sea deterrence maintained without interruption since April 1969. The Vanguard class at 15 feet 900 tons surfaced is the largest submarine Britain has ever built. The Rolls-Royce PWR-2 reactor provides life of boat fuel without refueling. The successor Dreadnought class, 4 boats planned, first expected in the early 2030s, is already consuming a significant portion of the defence budget while still under construction. The gap between Vanguard's end of life and Dreadnought's introduction is the primary driver of Britain's submarine procurement schedule. No other capability in the British defence inventory has equivalent priority. The Astute class, 7 boats ordered, 5 commissioned, 2 building as of 2024, is the most complex manufactured object Britain has ever produced. More than 1 million components, 97 kilometers of pipe, 39,000 acoustic tiles, and a nuclear reactor plant that will never require refueling in the boat's operational life. HMS Astute commissioned on August 27, 2010, 5 years late and significantly over budget. The program had experienced catastrophic difficulties in its early years when the design team lost continuity with Trafalgar-class design documentation, forcing reconstruction of the technical baseline at enormous cost. The 5 boats in service as of 2024 are the Royal Navy's entire SSN force. When HMS Triumph was retired in 2022, the Royal Navy briefly operated fewer attack submarines than at any point since the early Cold War. The combination of undersea maneuver, acoustic stealth and precision land attack capability makes each Astute a genuine multi-domain warship. There are 5 of them. The question of whether 5 is enough for British strategic commitments is, in 2024, not academic. The Gloucester Meteor 3947, built across 17 variants, entering operational service with 616 Squadron on July 27, 1944, was the only Allied jet fighter to fly combat operations in World War II and the aircraft that gave Britain its first operational experience with turbojet-powered interceptors, while the Luftwaffe was simultaneously fielding the Messerschmitt Me 2-62. The Meteor F-1 was kept from the continent intentionally. The Air Ministry feared German capture and reverse engineering of the Whittlejet engine and spent its operational debut intercepting V-1 flying bombs over southern England. 13 V-1s destroyed before the war ended. The F-8 variant, the definitive day fighter, reached 965 kilometers per hour in level flight and equipped the bulk of RAF fighter command through the late 1940s and into the early 1950s. Australia's Royal Australian Air Force deployed F-8 Meteors to Korea in 1951, where they entered combat against MiG-15S, with results that established both the limits of the type and the risks of committing second-generation jets against the swept-wing contemporaries they were never designed to fight. 5 MiG-15S were credited to RAAF pilots. 32 Meteors were lost, primarily to MiG guns. The kill ratio was unfavorable in every analysis. The NF-11 through NF-14 night fighter variants, equipped with AI Mark 10 radar in an extended nose, served RAF night fighter squadrons into the late 1950s alongside the more capable Venom and Javelin. The Meteor's legacy was the foundational knowledge of jet operations that every subsequent British fighter built upon. It was obsolescent before it peaked. It was essential anyway. The de Havilland Vampire, 3,268, built worldwide, entering RAF service in April 1946, achieved several firsts that shaped global jet aviation. On December 3, 1945, Lieutenant Commander Eric Brown landed an experimental Vampire on the deck of HMS Ocean, becoming the first pilot to land a jet aircraft on an aircraft carrier. The test demonstrated that carrier jet operations were possible in principle, even if the Vampire's limited engine power and long landing run made it impractical for fleet service without catapult assistance. The FB-5 fighter bomber, the primary production variant, combined 4 20mm cannon with capacity for 908 kilograms of bombs or rockets, establishing the multi-role fighter bomber concept that would define British tactical aircraft through the 1950s and 1960s. The twin-boom pusher configuration, engine buried in the fuselage pod with tail surfaces carried on twin booms, was a radical visual departure from contemporary designs, but provided a short jet pipe that minimized thrust losses in the Goblin's relatively modest power output. The Vampire equipped RAF frontline squadrons in Germany, the Middle East, and the Far East through the late 1940s and early 1950s, seeing combat in Malaya, where FB-9 aircraft conducted ground attack operations against communist insurgents. Its export success, 31 nations operated the type, made it Britain's most internationally influential first-generation jet fighter, establishing the commercial relationships in defence exports that Hawker's Hunter would develop into a major industrial programme. The de Havilland Venom, 1,430 built, entering service in August 1952 as a direct development of the Vampire, with a Ghost engine producing 43% more thrust, bridged the gap between Britain's first-generation jets and the swept-wing designs of the mid-1950s. The thinner wing section and increased power pushed maximum speed to Mach 0.85, placing it in the transonic range, where compressibility effects began to affect handling, providing operational experience in a speed regime that the subsequent Hunter and Swift would explore more deeply. In the Suez Crisis of November 1956, Sea Venom FAW-21s from HMS Albion, Bulwark, and Eagle conducted strikes against Egyptian airfields, destroying aircraft on the ground and hitting radar installations. 7 Egyptian aircraft were destroyed. The operation was cut short by American diplomatic pressure that halted the campaign before its objectives were achieved, not through military failure but through political intervention. The Sea Venoms had done their job. The job was then cancelled around them. The NF-2 and NF-3 night fighter variants replaced the Meteor NF series in the all-weather interception role serving with RAF squadrons until the Javelin's introduction in 1960. The NF-3's AI Mark 21 radar gave it genuine all-weather search and track capability against subsonic targets, the requirement that defined RAF night fighter operations through the early Cold War years when Soviet bombers were the primary threat and weather over the North Sea was a constant adversary. The Hawker Seahawk, 541 built, entering Fleet Air Arms Service in 1953, was the Royal Navy's primary carrier-based jet during the Suez operation and the aircraft that demonstrated Britain's carrier strike capability immediately before that capability was politically curtailed. The Seahawk's bifurcated jet exhaust, the intake split to pass air through the wing route, exhausting through two outlets on either side of the tail, was an unusual engineering solution that lowered the center of gravity and improved carrier deck handling, but added manufacturing complexity for marginal aerodynamic benefit. FGA-6 Seahawks from HMS Eagle Albion and Bulwark flew 89 attack sorties in the 8 days of Operation Musketeer's air campaign against Egypt in November 1956, targeting Egyptian Air Force bases at Abu Suwayya, Luxor, and Cairo West. The operation destroyed substantial numbers of Egyptian aircraft on the ground, while Seahawks suffered no losses to Egyptian air defense. The campaign demonstrated that well-executed carrier strikes could achieve air superiority over a defended target area, precisely when American political pressure terminated it. The Seahawks' service with the Royal Navy ended in 1960, replaced by the de Havilland Sea Vixen for the all-weather interception role. Germany and India operated Seahawks into the 1970s and 1983, respectively, the Indian Seahawks from INS Vikrant, conducting attacks on Pakistani targets in the 1971 Bangladesh War, including the mining of Chittagong Harbour. Britain had retired the aircraft that would subsequently fight one of the more consequential naval air campaigns of the Cold War era. The Supermarine Swift, 197 built, entering RAF service in February 1954 as the first swept-wing aircraft to equip a frontline RAF squadron, became one of the most operationally damaging procurement decisions in British aviation history before the TSR-2 cancellation. The F1 and F2 marks suffered from a pitch-up instability at transonic speeds that made them dangerous at the altitudes and speeds they were intended to operate. Above Mach 0.9, the Swift could enter an uncontrollable nose-up pitch that pilots could not correct before the aircraft departed controlled flight. Several pilots died before the problem was fully characterized. The F1 and F2 were grounded in 1955, less than a year after entry to service. The F3 and F4 were cancelled before production. Only the FR5 photo reconnaissance variant, operating at lower altitudes in a different performance envelope that avoided the problematic transonic regime, achieved sustained operational usefulness in Germany through the late 1950s. The F7 ground attack prototype demonstrated that the basic airframe, when not asked to operate as a pure fighter, could perform adequately. Being adequate at lower altitudes in a less demanding role was not what Supermarine had promised the RAF. The Swift's failure handed the Hunter a clear field as Britain's primary swept-wing fighter, and effectively ended Supermarine's independent fighter development. The company merged into BAC in 1960, with the Swift's failure as context. The aircraft that had built the Spitfire produced the Swift. The contrast was not discussable in certain circles. It is relevant in this one. The Hawker Hunter 1972 built, entering RAF service in July 1954, was the aircraft that gave Britain's post-war aviation industry its primary commercial success and gave the RAF its first truly effective swept-wing day fighter. On September 7, 1953, squadron leader Neville Duke set an absolute world speed record of 1,171 kilometers per hour in a prototype Hunter, a moment of national aviation pride that the Swift's concurrent failures had made urgently necessary. The record was largely symbolic. What mattered operationally was that the Hunter could sustain combat maneuvering at high subsonic speeds without the pitch-up instability that had grounded the Swift. The FGA-9 fighter ground attack variant, developed for the Near East and Far East Air Forces, carried 4 30mm Arden cannon, plus 3,630 kilograms of rockets, bombs and fuel, giving it genuine versatility in the counterinsurgency and conventional strike roles that the RAF would use throughout the 1960s in Aden, Borneo and Kuwait. The Hunter's contribution to the Aden emergency from 1963 to 1967 included low-level strafing and rocket attacks against dissident tribesmen in conditions that demonstrated the aircraft's robustness in harsh operating environments. 21 nations operated the Hunter, with combat use continuing through the 1991 Lebanese Civil War, Lebanon's Hunters flying combat missions 37 years after the type's RAF introduction. Abu Dhabi's Hunters fired the opening shots of the 1971 India-Pakistan War. Chile's last Hunters were retired in 1995, the aircraft that was supposed to be an interim type until supersonic fighters arrived became the defining British jet fighter of its generation through sheer capability and endurance. The Gloucester Javelin 436, built across 9 marks, entering RAF service in February 1956, was the world's first purpose-designed twin-jet all-weather delta-wing fighter, an aircraft that addressed the specific requirement for an interceptor capable of finding and engaging Soviet bombers in all conditions over the North Sea and Northern Europe. Its broad delta wing gave the Javelin a characteristic profile that RAF pilots called the Flying Flatiron, not affectionately, because the delta planform at subsonic speeds produced handling characteristics that required significantly more pilot adaptation than the Hunter's more conventional wing. The FAW.9, the definitive mark, carried 4 Firestreak infrared-guided missiles as its primary armament alongside 4 30mm cannon, the first RAF interceptor to carry both gun and missile armament in a fully integrated weapons system. The AI Mark 17 fire control radar provided search and track capability against targets at night and in cloud, giving the Javelin genuine all-weather interception capability that the Meteor NF series had only partially achieved. The Javelin's development span of 9 marks over 8 years of production reflected the difficulty of developing all-weather interception technology in parallel with building the aircraft to carry it, a serial iterative improvement process in which each mark addressed deficiencies identified in the previous one. The FAW.9 was substantially more capable than the FAW.1. They shared an airframe and little else. The last Javelins were retired in 1968, replaced by the Lightning and McDonnell Phantom in their respective single-seat and 2-seat roles. The de Havilland Sea Vixen, 145 built, entering Fleet Air Arms service in July 1959, was the last purpose-designed British carrier-based jet fighter, a 2-seat all-weather interceptor that gave the Royal Navy genuine beyond visual range interception capability and infrared guided missile armament for the first time. The unusual offset cockpit, pilot to port, observer buried in the starboard fuselage without external windows, maximized the radar observer's working environment while making the observer's situation profoundly claustrophobic and operationally isolating. Observers who ejected faced different trajectory and speed conditions than the pilot, an asymmetry that carrier deck accidents made uncomfortably relevant. The FAW-2, introduced in 1963 with red-top missiles replacing fire streaks, provided a longer-range, more capable seeker that gave the Sea Vixen an effective engagement envelope against contemporary Soviet maritime patrol aircraft. Red Top's first combat use came during operations off Aden in 1964, where Sea Vixens from HMS Centaur provided air defense cover for ground operations against Yemeni dissidents, an operational context that demonstrated that air defense capability could not be separated from strike capability in carrier air wing planning, as the same aircraft needed to perform both functions when the carrier operated independently. The Sea Vixen was replaced by the McDonnell Phantom FG-1 from 1969, a replacement that reflected the Royal Navy's recognition that it needed an aircraft with supersonic performance, greater payload, and longer range than the Sea Vixen could provide. That the replacement was an American design rather than a British one reflected the cancellation of the P1154 and the TSR-2 that had consumed the indigenous supersonic development funding. The English Electric Lightning, 338 built, entering RAF service with 74 Squadron on June 29, 1960, was the fastest British aircraft ever built, the only entirely British Mark II fighter ever to enter service, and the last purely British fighter designed to fly in RAF frontline service. Its twin Rolls-Royce Avon engines were stacked vertically in the fuselage, a configuration that no other production aircraft in history had used, providing a thrust-to-weight ratio that gave it the ability to climb from brake release to 15,240 meters in 2 minutes and 30 seconds. It could sustain Mach 2.27 in level flight. No aircraft that the Soviet Union was likely to send over Britain in 1960 could catch it after it was airborne. The Lightning's limitations were the direct consequence of its extraordinary performance characteristics. The fuel fraction, the proportion of total weight devoted to fuel, was too low for the power the engines demanded, limiting combat radius to approximately 370 kilometers without overload tanks. The weapons load was similarly constrained, 2 red-top missiles and 2 Aden cannon, because the high-performance airframe left no volume for conventional weapon bays. An interceptor of extraordinary capability and minimal persistence. It could sprint to any threat within its radius and destroy it. It could not loiter. The F-6, the definitive mark, addressed endurance with overwing fuel tanks and a ventral pack that extended combat time, but visually transformed the elegant original design into something more purposeful than beautiful. Lightnings served with the RAF until 1988, 28 years from entry to service, and with the Royal Saudi Air Force into the 1980s. Saudi Lightnings flew intercepts against Iranian aircraft during the Iran-Iraq War. The aircraft that was designed to intercept Soviet bombers over Britain spent its twilight years over the Persian Gulf. Geography is irrelevant to performance specifications. The Hawker Siddeley P1154, cancelled April 6, 1965, £50 million spent, was the aircraft that would have made Britain the only nation capable of deploying a Mach 2 vertical takeoff fighter, a capability that no other country possessed in 1965 and that no country has possessed since. The Bristol Siddeley BS 100 engines plenum chamber burning system, after burning in the vectored jet streams rather than in a conventional jet pipe, would have given supersonic thrust in the vertical lift regime that the subsonic Pegasus engine in the Harrier could never approach. The P1154's cancellation was driven by three intersecting forces: NATO pressure against a design that was specifically British rather than collaborative, Royal Navy insistence on two engines for carrier safety that the single-engine P1154 could not satisfy, and Dennis Healy's defense review cost calculations that showed an American F-4 Phantom in both RAF and RN service would be cheaper than developing two separate variants of the P1154. All three arguments were technically defensible. None addressed the strategic consequence. Cancelling the world's only Mach 2 V/STOL fighter terminated the BS-100 engine program simultaneously, eliminating the propulsion technology that would have made a second-generation supersonic Harrier possible in the 1970s. The F-4 Phantom that replaced it was a better aircraft in most conventional performance measures. It could not operate from unprepared forward strips. It needed a 2,600-metre runway. The P1154 needed 100 metres. The operational flexibility that the difference represented was the entire point. It was cancelled anyway. The McDonnell Phantom FGR-2, entering RAF service in August 1969, the RN's FG-1 from 1969, was the aircraft that the P1154's cancellation necessitated, an American design adapted for British use by fitting Rolls-Royce Spey bypass turbofans in place of the original General Electric J79 turbojets. The modification required widening the fuselage to accommodate the Spey's larger diameter and produced a characteristic bulged appearance that distinguished British Phantoms visually from every other variant. The Spey's higher bypass ratio gave superior fuel economy and thrust at low altitude, specifically the North Sea and Central European environments where RAF Phantoms would spend most of their operational lives. The adaptation also introduced a specific problem. The wider fuselage disturbed airflow to the engines above 40,000 feet, reducing high-altitude performance below the American J79 powered variant's capability. A Phantom that was better at low altitude and worse at altitude than the aircraft it was adapted from, a consequence of prioritizing British engine content over unmodified performance. The political decision to use British engines rather than American ones produced a different aircraft from either the original design or what the P1154 would have been. FGR-2S flew combat air patrols over the South Atlantic during the Falklands War in 1982, operating from Ascension Island and forward deploying to Stanley after its capture. Their contribution was defensive, providing air cover against potential Argentine long-range strikes rather than offensive. The aircraft that Britain had bought to replace the P1154 defended the islands that the P1154 might have been deployed from. The Hawker Siddeley Harrier 824, built across all variants for all operators, entering RAF service on April 1, 1969, vindicated the vertical takeoff concept that the P1154's cancellation had appeared to terminate, demonstrated in the Falklands War the combat value of genuine V/S TOL capability in an expeditionary context and exported to the United States Marine Corps, which adopted it as its primary close air support aircraft because no American design could match its short-field performance. Britain had built the aircraft that America's Marines preferred over American alternatives. The Sea Harrier FRS.1 entered service with the Fleet Air Arm in April 1980, providing carrier-based air defence and strike capability that the Royal Navy had lacked since the withdrawal of the Phantom. In the Falklands War of April to June 1982, Sea Harriers from HMS Hermes and HMS Invincible achieved 20 confirmed kills against Argentine combat aircraft, Mirages, Daggers, Skyhawks, Canberras and a Learjet, without a single Sea Harrier lost in air-to-air combat. The aircraft that had been described as a subsonic compromise incapable of serious fighter work killed everything it was pointed at. The GR-7 and GR-9 variants, jointly developed with Boeing and incorporating American avionics and weapons, served in Bosnia, Kosovo, Afghanistan and Iraq before their controversial retirement in 2010 as part of the Strategic Defense Review cuts. The retirement simultaneously eliminated RAF and RN fixed-wing carrier aviation capability, grounding the Ark Royal and Illustrious alongside the aircraft they carried. The aircraft that had won the Falklands was scrapped to fund other priorities. The Falkland Islands still require defence. The Panavia Tornado F3, 165 built, entering RAF service in November 1986 as the air defence variant replacing the Phantom and Lightning, was an interceptor stretched from a strike aircraft airframe, a compromise visible in every operational assessment and one that the RAF accepted because the Eurofighter Typhoon that would have replaced it was running a decade behind schedule. The swing-wing variable geometry configuration optimized for the Tornado GR1's low-level strike roll gave the F3 acceptable supersonic performance at altitude, but made it heavier, less agile, and less efficient in the pure fighter role than the purpose-designed interceptors it was meant to replace. The GEC Marconi AI-24 Foxhunter radar, designed to give the F3 a genuine look-down/shoot-down capability against Soviet bombers at long range, entered service in a state so incomplete that the aircraft flew with concrete ballast in place of the radar for the first 4 years of service life, 1986 to 1990, while the radar's development problems were resolved. The Tornado F2 Mark entered service with non-functioning radar. An air defense interceptor without functional radar is a fast, expensive aircraft that cannot intercept anything beyond visual range. The F3 performed creditably in Gulf War air defense patrols in 1991, the radar by then functioning, and flew combat air patrols in Kosovo and the Falklands replacement cycle. Saudi Arabia's Tornado ADV, acquired in 1989, flew intercepts against Iranian aircraft during the Gulf War. The last RAFF-3As were retired in 2011, replaced by the Typhoon FGR-4 in the air defense role. The aircraft that was always a compromise ended its service as exactly that. The Eurofighter Typhoon, entering RAF service on June 30th, 2003 in the F2 air defense variant, with 160 aircraft across 3 tranches, at a British programme cost of approximately £37 billion over its life cycle, is the most capable combat aircraft the RAF has ever operated, and one of the most expensive procurement programmes in British defence history. The unstable Delta Canard configuration, controlled by digital fly-by-wire through a flight control system that makes 40 corrections per second to an aerodynamically inherently unstable airframe, produces agility that physically conventional designs cannot match. The Typhoon can sustain 9G turns, change direction faster than any contemporary adversary, and accelerate through the transonic regime in conditions that would make earlier swing-wing aircraft uncomfortable. The MBDA, Meteor Beyond Visual Range air-to-air missile, carried exclusively on Typhoon among Western fighters currently in service, has a no-escape zone, the distance within which a target cannot outrun the missile regardless of its maneuvering, approximately 3 times larger than the AIM-12 0AMRAAM. The specific capability advantage this provides in beyond visual range combat, where most modern air engagements are decided, makes the Typhoon/Meteor combination the most capable air defense system in any European Air Force. Libya in 2011, Syria from 2014, and Iraq from 2014 through 2019 provided the Typhoon sustained combat record, though in a ground attack and close air support role rather than the pure air defense role it was optimized for. The FGR-4's multi-role capability with Storm Shadow, Paveway 4 and Brimstone missiles transformed an air superiority fighter into a precision strike platform. The EAP demonstrator that led to Typhoon flew in 1986. The aircraft it spawned is scheduled to remain in service until the late 2040s. The BAE Hawk T-1A entering RAF service in 1976 as the T-1 Advanced Trainer with 72 aircraft modified to T-1A standard, carrying 2 AIM-9 Sidewinder missiles, occupied the specific and uncomfortable operational category of designated wartime point defense fighter. In the event of a major Warsaw-Pact air offensive against Britain's airfields and air defense radar chain, T-1A Hawks from the RAF's advanced training units at Valley and Chivener would have been committed to combat against Soviet aircraft. The Hawk's subsonic performance, limited endurance, and lack of radar made it a marginal air defense asset. It was the only option available if Tornado F-3S had been exhausted. The Combat Hawk 100 and Hawk 200 variants, developed for export from 1984, addressed the T-1's limitations with HOTAS controls, weapons management systems, and optional radar for the 200. Malaysia, Oman, UAE, and India operated Hawk combat variants as genuine frontline aircraft rather than augmented trainers. The Hawk 200 single-seat variant demonstrated that the basic airframe could support sophisticated avionics and weapons at competitive cost, the value proposition that made it commercially successful in markets where American or European frontline fighters were unaffordable. The T-1A's wartime point defense role was formally withdrawn in 2015 when the Typhoon fleet reached sufficient numbers to provide credible coverage without requiring trainer aircraft in combat roles. The Hawk T-2, replacing the T-1 in lead-in fighter training from 2009, carries modern cockpit systems aligned with Typhoon and F-35B procedures. The aircraft that was designed in 1971 as a trainer is still training the pilots who fly Britain's most advanced combat aircraft in 2024. The Lockheed Martin F-35B, entering operational service with 617 Squadron RAF and 809 Naval Air Squadron RN from 2019, with 138 aircraft planned at a committed cost of £9.1 billion, is the first operational stealth aircraft in British service, the first British carrier-based jet, since the Harrier's 2010 retirement, and the aircraft whose procurement definitively answered the question of whether Britain would maintain an indigenous fighter design capability. It would not. The F-35B is American in design, American in software, and American in the maintenance decisions that determine what weapons it can carry and when it can fly. BAE Systems manufactures approximately 15% of every F-35 built globally, the aft fuselage sections, under a work-share agreement that provides industrial employment and revenue while granting no design authority over the aircraft's fundamental parameters. Britain is the largest industrial partner in the F-35 program, with the least sovereign control over the aircraft it produces parts for. The 15% work share generates approximately £1.4 billion annually. The £9.1 billion committed to purchasing the aircraft funds the American program that BAE Systems works on. The F-35B's short takeoff and vertical landing capability, the specific characteristic that required the Royal Navy's Queen Elizabeth carriers to be built with ski jump ramps rather than catapults, means that Britain has permanently committed to a carrier configuration optimized for STOVL operations. The decision made the carriers cheaper to build and more limited in the aircraft types they can operate. If the F-35B program fails, there is no alternative carrier-capable British aircraft. The Harrier's cancellation and the F-35B's adoption are the same strategic decision made twice, 44 years apart. The Global Combat Air Programme, announced by the UK, Japan and Italy in December 2022, as the consolidation of the British Tempest and Japanese FX programs, with £2 billion committed to development through 2025 and initial operational capability targeted for 2035, is Britain's attempt to remain in the first tier of combat aircraft design after a 60-year period in which the tendency has been consistently toward licensed American designs rather than indigenous development. The GCAP represents a £60 to £100 billion investment commitment across 3 nations over 2 decades, the scale of expenditure that designing a 6th-generation combat aircraft requires. The program's technology ambitions include an adaptive cycle engine that changes its bypass ratio during flight to optimize for subsonic cruise or supersonic dash, a propulsion concept that Rolls-Royce is developing under the Orpheus program, alongside embedded sensors distributed across the airframe, AI-assisted pilot decision support, and the ability to direct loyal wingman drone aircraft. Whether these technologies will be operationally mature by 2035 is the question that every major combat aircraft program asks at this stage of development, and that only subsequent years answer. The relevant historical context is that every British ambitious fighter program has either been cancelled, the P-1154, the Anglo-French variable geometry aircraft, or delivered a decade late and over cost. GCAP's 3-nation structure provides cost-sharing and political resilience against unilateral cancellation, at the cost of design compromises and the industrial politics that collaborative programs inevitably generate. Whether this is the program that reverses the long decline in British fighter design independence or the next program to demonstrate its limits is a question that 2035 will begin to answer. The Mark I entered combat in September 1916 and became the first tank ever used in warfare. Developed to overcome the deadlock of trench warfare on the Western Front, it featured a distinctive rhomboid hull designed to cross trenches and crush barbed wire obstacles. Conditions inside the vehicle were extremely harsh. Temperatures often became unbearable, fumes filled the fighting compartment, and the crew faced constant mechanical problems. Male versions carried naval guns for attacking strong points, while female variants relied on machine guns to suppress infantry. Despite frequent breakdowns and limited mobility, the Mark I achieved something revolutionary. It demonstrated that an armoured vehicle could move across heavily defended ground while protecting its crew from small arms fire. Although only a fraction of the tanks committed reached their objectives, the psychological effect on German troops was considerable. More importantly, military planners immediately recognized the possibilities offered by armoured warfare. The Mark I was far from a mature weapon, but it provided proof that technology could restore mobility to the battlefield. Its appearance marked the beginning of a new era in military history, laying the foundations for every tank that followed during the 20th century. The Mark IV represented the first truly successful British wartime tank and became the backbone of British armoured operations during 1917. Building on lessons learned from earlier models, it introduced stronger armour, improved reliability, and practical modifications that simplified transport and battlefield use. Its most famous moment came during the Battle of Cambrai in November 1917, when hundreds of tanks attacked together in the first large-scale armoured assault in history. The offensive achieved a breakthrough that stunned military observers and demonstrated the potential of coordinated tank warfare. German defensive lines that had resisted years of costly infantry attacks were penetrated in a matter of hours, yet Cambrai also revealed important weaknesses. While the Mark IV could survive rifle and machine gun fire, it remained vulnerable to artillery. German gunners quickly learned that direct hits from field guns could destroy tanks with alarming efficiency. This discovery influenced armoured doctrine for decades. Future offensives would require artillery suppression and combined arms cooperation to protect advancing armour. The Mark IV proved that tanks could deliver battlefield breakthroughs when employed in sufficient numbers. More than any previous design, it transformed the tank from an experiment into a practical weapon and helped shape the principles of modern armoured warfare. The medium mark. A whippet was created to solve a problem that heavy tanks could not address. While vehicles such as the Mark IV could break through enemy defences, they lacked the speed needed to exploit success once a gap had been opened. Entering service in late 1917, the Whippet was designed as a fast cavalry tank capable of operating behind enemy lines. Its speed was more than double that of Britain's heavy tanks, allowing it to pursue retreating forces, attack supply routes, and disrupt command centres. The Whippet used an unusual twin-engine arrangement that provided excellent mobility but demanded considerable skill from its driver. During the final Allied offensives of 1918, the tank demonstrated its intended role by striking deep into German rear areas. One famous vehicle, known as Musical Box, spent hours operating behind enemy lines and caused significant disruption before being destroyed. Although the war ended before Britain could fully develop exploitation tactics, the Whippet successfully demonstrated the concept of fast armoured manoeuvre. It introduced ideas that would later become central to mechanised warfare, proving that tanks were not only tools for breaking trenches, but also powerful instruments for rapid offensive operations across the battlefield. The Mark V was the most advanced British heavy tank to see combat during the First World War. Introduced in 1918, it addressed many of the shortcomings that had plagued earlier designs. Its most significant improvement was a new Ricardo engine and transmission system that allowed a single driver to control the vehicle, greatly simplifying operation and improving battlefield effectiveness. Earlier tanks had required multiple crewmen to manage steering and transmission controls, creating confusion under combat conditions. The Mark V reduced this burden and freed additional crew members for fighting duties. Variants included the extended Mark V Star, designed to transport infantry across difficult terrain and wide trenches. Although this concept demonstrated innovative thinking, cramped conditions often exposed passengers to dangerous fumes. During the final offensives of 1918, the Mark V played an important role in breaking German defensive positions and supporting advancing infantry. Its performance confirmed the growing effectiveness of combined arms warfare, where tanks, artillery, and infantry worked together as a coordinated force. By the end of the war, the Mark V had become a symbol of how rapidly tank technology was evolving. It represented the maturity of Britain's First World War tank program and influenced armoured development for years afterward. The Vickers Medium. Mark II occupied a unique place in military history. Although it was not a particularly powerful combat vehicle, it became the platform upon which modern armoured doctrine was developed during the interwar years. Entering service in 1925, it provided British officers with a practical tool for testing theories of mechanised warfare. Thinkers such as J.F.C. Fuller and Basil Liddell Hart used exercises involving Vickers tanks to explore concepts including deep penetration, rapid manoeuvre, and independent armoured operations. These ideas challenged traditional battlefield thinking and envisioned tanks as decisive weapons rather than mere infantry support vehicles. The tank itself was lightly armoured and only modestly armed, making it vulnerable by later standards. However, its value lay in experimentation rather than combat performance. Foreign observers carefully studied British exercises, including officers from Germany who would later develop blitzkrieg doctrine. Ironically, while Britain pioneered many of the theories behind modern armoured warfare, it was Germany that adopted them most effectively during the early years of the Second World War. The Vickers Medium therefore stands as an important intellectual milestone. Its greatest contribution was not what it achieved in battle, but how it shaped military thought and influenced armoured operations around the world. The Matilda II was one of the most heavily armoured tanks of the early Second World War and earned a formidable reputation during the North African campaign. Entering service in 1940, it possessed armour thick enough to resist nearly all standard German and Italian anti-tank weapons of the period. During battles such as Sidi Barrani, Matilda tanks advanced through enemy fire that would have destroyed most contemporary vehicles. Their ability to survive direct hits gave British forces a significant tactical advantage and demonstrated the value of heavy protection on the battlefield. However, the Matilda's strengths came with limitations. Its relatively slow speed restricted operational flexibility, and its main gun gradually became less effective as enemy armour improved. The tank's apparent invulnerability ended when German forces began employing the famous 88mm anti-aircraft gun in an anti-tank role. This weapon could destroy Matildas at ranges beyond the reach of their own guns. Even so, the Matilda remains one of the most influential infantry tanks ever built. It highlighted both the benefits and drawbacks of Britain's infantry tank concept and showed how rapidly technological developments could alter the balance between armour and firepower during wartime. The Valentine became the most widely produced British tank design of the Second World War and earned a reputation for reliability that few armoured vehicles could match. Entering service in 1940, it was initially conceived as a private venture and reflected a practical engineering philosophy focused on simplicity and durability. Over the course of the war, numerous variants appeared, incorporating improved weapons and equipment while maintaining the strengths of the original design. Valentine tanks served in North Africa, Italy, Northwest Europe, and the Soviet Union, where thousands were supplied under Lend-Lease. Soviet crews particularly appreciated the vehicle's dependable mechanical performance and straightforward maintenance requirements. Although never the most heavily armed or heavily armoured tank on the battlefield, the Valentine consistently delivered dependable service under demanding conditions. Its chassis also formed the basis for specialised vehicles, including self-propelled artillery and tank destroyers. The tank's success demonstrated the military value of reliability, standardisation, and ease of production. In many respects, the Valentine achieved more through dependability than some technically superior designs achieved through innovation. Its widespread use and long service record made it one of the most important British armoured vehicles of the war and a trusted companion for thousands of Allied soldiers. The Crusader was Britain's principal cruiser tank during some of the most critical battles in North Africa. Designed for speed and manoeuvrability, it embodied the British belief that fast armoured forces could outflank and disrupt enemy formations. Capable of reaching impressive speeds for its era, the Crusader excelled in the open desert environment, where mobility often determined success or failure. However, its service record was complicated by significant mechanical issues. The Liberty engine struggled under harsh desert conditions, and breakdowns frequently reduced operational readiness. In some operations, mechanical failures caused more losses than enemy action. The Crusader also faced growing challenges in firepower. Early models carried a gun that soon became inadequate against newer German tanks, forcing later upgrades that struggled to keep pace with battlefield developments. Despite these shortcomings, Crusader units played important roles in several major campaigns, using speed and aggressive maneuver to support Allied offensives. The tank illustrated both the promise and limitations of the cruiser tank concept. While mobility provided important tactical advantages, it could not fully compensate for weaknesses in protection and firepower. The Crusaders' experience helped shape future British tank development and contributed valuable lessons that influenced later wartime designs. The Churchill was one of the most distinctive British tanks of the Second World War, and ultimately became one of its most successful. Entering service in 1941, it was designed as an infantry tank with heavy armour and exceptional cross-country performance. Early experiences were mixed, particularly during the Dieppe raid of 1942, where many vehicles became trapped or destroyed before reaching their objectives. Yet the Churchill's story did not end there. Continuous improvements transformed it into one of the most capable specialized tanks of the war. Its ability to climb steep slopes and traverse difficult terrain often surprised both allies and enemies. In Tunisia and Italy, Churchill successfully attacked positions that defenders believed inaccessible to armour. The tank also became the foundation for a remarkable family of specialized engineering vehicles used during the Normandy campaign. These variants cleared mines, bridged obstacles, and supported amphibious landings. Although slower than cruiser tanks, the Churchill offered survivability and versatility unmatched by most contemporaries. Its long service life reflected a design that adapted successfully to changing battlefield requirements. By the end of the war, the Churchill had overcome its troubled beginnings and established itself as one of Britain's most valuable armoured vehicles. The Cromwell represented the maturation of Britain's cruiser tank concept during the Second World War. Powered by the Rolls-Royce Meteor engine, derived from the famous Merlin aircraft engine, it combined speed, reliability, and mobility in a way earlier cruiser tanks had failed to achieve. Entering combat in 1944, the Cromwell became one of the fastest tanks of the war and provided British armoured forces with the ability to conduct rapid exploitation operations following breakthroughs. Its performance during the campaign in northwest Europe demonstrated the value of mobility when combined with dependable mechanical systems. The Cromwell's main limitation was its armament. While effective against many German vehicles, its guns struggled against heavily armoured opponents such as the Panther and Tiger. Crews often relied on speed, manoeuvre, and tactical positioning to gain an advantage. Nevertheless, the tank excelled in reconnaissance and exploitation roles, helping Allied forces advance rapidly after the Normandy breakout. The Cromwell achieved what earlier cruiser tanks had only promised. It delivered the speed necessary for mobile warfare without sacrificing operational reliability. As a result, it became one of the most effective British armoured vehicles of the war and paved the way for even more capable designs that followed in its wake. The Comet is widely regarded as the finest British tank to enter service during the Second World War. Introduced in late 1944, it combined the proven mobility of the Cromwell with significantly improved firepower and protection. Its powerful 77mm high-velocity gun offered British crews the ability to engage German Panther tanks on far more equal terms than earlier vehicles. Combined with the reliable Meteor engine, the Comet achieved an impressive balance of speed, armour, and combat effectiveness. Unfortunately for Britain, the tank arrived too late to influence many of the war's decisive battles. By the time significant numbers reached frontline units, Germany was already in retreat. Nevertheless, the Comet performed effectively during the final Allied advance into Germany and demonstrated the qualities that British tank designers had sought for years. It successfully merged mobility with sufficient firepower to challenge the most dangerous enemy tanks. The Comet also served as a bridge between wartime cruiser tanks and the post-war generation of main battle tanks. Although overshadowed by later designs, its influence was substantial. Many historians view it as the culmination of Britain's wartime tank development and a clear indication of the direction armoured warfare would take after 1945. The Centurion emerged at the end of the Second World War and became one of the most successful tanks ever built. Although it arrived too late to see combat in that conflict, it quickly proved its value in numerous wars across the globe. The Centurion's greatest achievement was its ability to combine the roles of cruiser and infantry tanks into a single, versatile design. It offered strong protection, effective firepower, and sufficient mobility, eliminating the compromises that had characterized earlier British tank programs. Over time, the tank received extensive upgrades, including the highly influential 105mm L7 gun. This weapon became a standard across many Western armies and helped establish the Centurion as a benchmark for future armoured development. The tank served in Korea, the Middle East, Vietnam, and many other theatres, earning a reputation for durability and battlefield effectiveness. Israeli Centurions in particular achieved remarkable combat records during several Arab-Israeli wars. Few tanks have demonstrated such longevity or adaptability. The Centurion remained relevant for decades because its basic design was fundamentally sound and capable of modernization. More than any previous British tank, it embodied the concept of the modern main battle tank and influenced armoured warfare throughout the Cold War. The Conqueror was Britain's answer to a specific Cold War concern. In the years following the Second World War, the appearance of heavily armoured Soviet tanks raised fears that existing Western vehicles lacked sufficient firepower. Entering service in 1955, the Conqueror carried a powerful 120mm gun designed to defeat Soviet heavy tanks at long range. It was the heaviest tank ever fielded by Britain and possessed impressive protection and firepower. However, these advantages came at a cost. The vehicle was large, expensive, and logistically demanding, making it difficult to deploy and sustain. Its intended battlefield role involved engaging enemy heavy tanks from a distance, while Centurions maneuvered closer to the fight. Yet technological developments soon reduced the need for a specialized heavy tank. Improvements to the Centurion's armament allowed it to perform many of the same tasks more efficiently. As a result, the Conqueror enjoyed only a relatively short service life and never fired its gun in combat. Despite this, it remains an important example of Cold War military planning. The tank reflected genuine concerns about Soviet armoured strength and illustrated how rapidly advances in weapons technology could render even the most formidable vehicles obsolete. The Chieftain entered service in 1966 and immediately established itself as one of the most heavily armed and heavily protected tanks in the world. Its powerful 120mm rifled gun and exceptionally strong frontal armour gave it significant advantages over many contemporary opponents. On paper, the Chieftain represented a remarkable achievement in tank design and provided the British Army with a vehicle capable of confronting Soviet armoured forces across Europe. Yet the tank's reputation was shaped as much by its weaknesses as its strengths. The problematic Leyland L-60 engine suffered from persistent reliability issues that reduced operational readiness and frustrated crews throughout its service life. Commanders often found themselves balancing exceptional firepower against chronic mechanical difficulties. Despite these problems, the Chieftain served for decades and saw extensive combat in the Iran-Iraq War, where its gun and armour proved highly effective against Iraqi tanks. The vehicle demonstrated that superior protection and firepower could deliver significant battlefield advantages, but also highlighted the critical importance of reliability. A tank unable to reach the battlefield cannot exploit its technical strengths. The Chieftain's mixed legacy strongly influenced future British procurement decisions and directly shaped the design priorities of the Challenger family that followed. The Challenger 1 was developed in response to lessons learned from the Chieftain and marked a major step forward in British armoured capability. Entering service in 1983, it combined powerful armament, advanced composite armour, and a far more reliable engine. This balance of protection, firepower, and mobility produced one of the most capable tanks of its era. Its defining moment came during the Gulf War of 1991, when British Challenger units participated in the coalition campaign against Iraq. During the brief but intense ground offensive, Challenger tanks demonstrated remarkable survivability. None were lost to enemy fire, and crews consistently reported high confidence in both the vehicle's armour and combat effectiveness. The tank also achieved a record-setting long-range engagement, destroying an Iraqi vehicle at a distance unmatched in confirmed tank combat. These successes validated years of British investment in advanced armour technology and reinforced confidence in national tank design philosophy. The only Challenger 1 lost during the conflict resulted from friendly fire rather than enemy action. Overall, the tank established an impressive combat record and proved that British armoured forces possessed a vehicle capable of competing with the best tanks in the world during the final years of the Cold War. The Challenger 2 entered service in 1994 and became the principal battle tank of the British Army for the modern era. Building upon lessons learned from earlier vehicles, it emphasized survivability above all else. Equipped with advanced Dorchester composite armor, the tank gained a reputation as one of the most heavily protected armored vehicles ever fielded. During operations in Iraq, Challenger 2 crews repeatedly survived attacks that would have destroyed many other tanks. The vehicle demonstrated exceptional resilience in urban combat and earned respect from both soldiers and military analysts. One distinctive feature was its rifled 120mm gun, a choice that set Britain apart from other NATO nations that adopted smoothbore weapons. While effective, this decision created logistical challenges because the tank could not use standard NATO ammunition. Challenger 2 also achieved a remarkable combat record, operating for many years without a confirmed loss to enemy direct fire. That record eventually ended during combat in Ukraine, where several donated vehicles were destroyed or disabled under intense battlefield conditions. Even so, the Challenger 2 remains a symbol of British engineering and a benchmark for battlefield protection. Its long service career demonstrates the enduring importance of survivability in modern armoured warfare. The Challenger 3 represents the latest chapter in the history of British armoured warfare. Rather than designing an entirely new tank, Britain chose to modernise existing Challenger 2 hulls with advanced systems intended to meet the demands of contemporary combat. The most significant change is the adoption of the Rheinmetall 120mm smoothbore gun, bringing the British Army into full compatibility with NATO ammunition standards for the first time in decades. Alongside the new weapon, the tank receives upgraded sensors, digital architecture, improved fire control systems, and enhanced protection measures. These improvements are designed to increase situational awareness and battlefield effectiveness in an era defined by drones, precision weapons, and networked warfare. Challenger 3 also introduces modern hunter-killer targeting capabilities, allowing commanders to identify new threats while the gunner engages existing targets. Yet the program reflects broader questions facing modern armies. Britain's future fleet will be significantly smaller than those of previous generations, emphasizing quality over quantity. Whether a relatively limited number of highly capable tanks can meet future security challenges remains an important strategic debate. Regardless of that discussion, Challenger 3 embodies the British Army's effort to adapt proven armoured platforms for a rapidly changing battlefield environment. Entering active service in September 1917, the Handley Page 0/400 was the pioneer that established Britain's strategic bombing doctrine long before the concept was even formally articulated. Over 400 of these massive biplanes were constructed. On September 17, 1917, an 0/400 dropped the first 748-kilogram SN bomb in combat against the Burbach Ironworks near Saarbrücken, marking the largest bomb detonated by any aircraft to that point in human history. Powering this giant were twin Rolls-Royce Eagle 8 engines, generating a combined 720 horsepower. This propulsion system gave the aircraft a maximum speed of 156 kilometers per hour at sea level. Its payload was truly transformative compared to previous single-engine designs, though its five-man crew operated in terrifyingly exposed positions with virtually zero protection against freezing weather or enemy gunfire. While the O-400's immediate strategic impact remained limited by mechanical reliability and operational numbers, the core concept it successfully validated, long-range, large, payload night bombing against industrial and urban targets, became the foundational framework for British air power for the next 25 years, paving the way for the massive 1,000-bomber raids of World War II. The Handley Page /1500 was designed for a single, terrifying mission that history's precise timing ultimately prevented: the total destruction of Berlin. Only 35 of these super-heavy bombers were built, entering service in November 1918. Boasting a massive 38.4-meter wingspan and an unprecedented 3,400-kilogram bomb capacity, this giant was powered by 4 robust Eagle engines. The V/1500 possessed the incredible range required to launch from airfields in East Anglia, strike deep into Germany's capital, and return safely. By the morning of November 11th, 1918, 3 V/1500 aircraft had successfully achieved full operational readiness. However, at 11 o'clock that very morning, the armistice was signed. The highly anticipated Berlin mission was abruptly cancelled, ensuring that Germany's capital escaped strategic bombing during the First World War. The V/1500 existed purely for a world-changing purpose that was never fulfilled. It holds a unique position as the very first British bomber to be cancelled by the arrival of peace rather than its own technical inadequacy or mechanical failure. This bittersweet distinction would go on to echo through the halls of British aviation history, foreshadowing many controversial military cancellations in the decades to follow. The Vickers Virginia and Handley Page. Hayford represented the backbone of the Royal Air Force's heavy bomber strength throughout the turbulent interwar period. 124 units of each aircraft were produced, entering service in 1924 and 1933 respectively. Yet, these biplanes were relics of a bygone era. The Virginia, generating 570 horsepower per engine, crawled through the sky, slower than many fighters from the First World War. Even the Hayford, introduced nearly a decade later, could only manage a maximum speed of 229 kilometers per hour. The true historical significance of these interwar biplane bombers was not operational, but deeply doctrinal. The Air Staff utilized these stagnant years to codify the theory of strategic bombing into a formal military doctrine. It was a firm conviction famously articulated by Trenchard that heavy bombers could break an enemy's absolute will to fight by systematically destroying the industrial and urban infrastructure sustaining their war economy. However, this theoretical focus came at a steep price. When Luftwaffe development exploded in 1934, Britain was still flying biplanes designed in the early 1920s, creating a dangerous technological gap. Entering service in March 1937, the Bristol Blenheim was a crucial cornerstone of bomber command, with over 4,400 units built across 3 distinct marques. At the outbreak of the Second World War, the Blenheim provided the primary medium bomber strength for the Royal Air Force. However, it would soon demonstrate at a truly catastrophic cost in human life that unescorted daylight bombing against heavily defended enemy targets was entirely unviable. Blenheim crews flying daylight raids against German shipping networks in 1940 and 1941 suffered horrific loss rates that routinely exceeded 20% per mission. A stark example occurred on August 12, 1941, when 18 Blenheims aggressively attacked German power stations at Cologne. A mere 12 aircraft managed to return. The glaring inadequacy of the Blenheim for daylight operations single-handedly drove the total restructuring of Bomber Command's operational philosophy. From mid-1940 onward, night bombing was adopted not as a preferred tactical strategy, but as the only survivable option left. Aircraft that faced certain destruction by day could at least utilize the cover of darkness to reach their targets. The Blenheim's tactical failure ultimately defined the entire architecture of the war. The Armstrong-Whitworth-Whitley, with over 1,800 units built, entered service in March 1937 and earned the distinction of flying the very first key RAF bombing operations of the Second World War. Long before explosive bombs were authorized by High Command, the Whitley carried the war directly to the German homeland in the form of propaganda leaflets. On the night of September 3, 1939, Whitleys dropped the conflict's first leaflets over Bremen and Hamburg. Months later, in May 1940, they became the first RAF aircraft to strike the German mainland with live ordnance. Visually, the Whitley was defined by its distinctive nose-down flying attitude. This was produced by a unique wing designed with a high angle of incidence, an aerodynamic idiosyncrasy that ultimately provided no operational or tactical benefit whatsoever. On the night of March 19, 1940, a force of Whitleys conducted the first raid on German soil, targeting a seaplane base at Hernum. Tragically, the operation killed no enemy combatants and destroyed nothing of strategic value. The Whitley successfully carried the war to Germany, but in these early, desperate days, the bombs almost entirely missed their targets. Nicknamed the Flying Frying Pan due to its bizarre proportions, the Handley Page Hampton entered service in September 1938, with over 1,400 built. Its fuselage was so incredibly narrow, measuring a mere 0.9 meters across, that the crew members literally could not pass one another during flight. This cramped design left air crews trapped in their positions during intense combat. In August 1940, Hamptons attempted highly dangerous daylight attacks against the heavily defended Dortmund-Ems Canal. Over 3 brutal days of operations, 60 aircraft were lost from the attacking force. While 2 Victoria Crosses were awarded to crews showing extraordinary bravery, the citations documented a flawed tactical doctrine that was killing well-trained aircrew at unsustainable rates. Acknowledging its fatal vulnerabilities, the RAF withdrew the Hampton from front-line strategic bombing operations in 1942. The aircraft was subsequently transferred to Coastal Command and converted for torpedo bomber duties. Paradoxically, the bomber that had proved completely unsurvivable during daylight raids over mainland Europe found a second life, performing adequately on maritime patrol missions where enemy fighter opposition was far less consistent and concentrated. The Vickers Wellington stands as a true legend of industrial mobilization, with an astonishing 11,461 aircraft manufactured across 29 distinct variants. Entering service in October 1938, the Wellington became the most heavily produced British bomber of the war, carrying the weight of the strategic bombing campaign through its darkest and most critical period from 1940 to 1942. Designed by the brilliant Barnes Wallis, the Wellington featured a revolutionary geodetic basket weave airframe. This unique structural matrix distributed mechanical loads across the entire outer skin, allowing the aircraft to absorb catastrophic battle damage that would have easily shattered a conventional bomber. During Operation Millennium on May 30th, 1942, Air Marshal Arthur Harris's historic first 1,000-bomber raid on Cologne, the Wellington formed the absolute backbone of the fleet, contributing 599 aircraft to the total force. The resulting raid devastated the city, destroying thousands of homes and shifting the tides of total war. Wellington variants ultimately served with distinction in every major theatre of conflict, proving their versatility as maritime patrol bombers, lethal torpedo carriers, long-range transports, and rugged trainers across the globe. The short Stirling entered service in August 1940 as the very first four-engine heavy bomber to reach RAF Bomber Command. Over 2,300 were built, yet the Stirling's operational career was severely crippled from the start by a bizarre design constraint imposed by the Air Ministry. Officials mandated that the aircraft must fit completely within existing RAF hangar doors, strictly capping its maximum wingspan at 30.5 meters. This forced compromise dramatically reduced the Stirling's operational ceiling to just over 5,000 meters, nearly 6,000 meters lower than the later Lancaster. This restriction forced the Stirling to fly directly within the heavily concentrated altitude band where German anti-aircraft flak was most lethal and precisely calibrated. Furthermore, its rigid, three-section bomb bay completely prevented the carriage of larger bombs, rendering it obsolete as the area bombing campaign scaled up to massive, multi-ton ordnance. By late 1943, the Stirling was completely withdrawn from front-line strategic bombing duties. The aircraft itself had not failed. Rather, it had been fatally compromised by short-sighted peacetime requirements. 50 feet of hangar door clearance had tragically dictated the ceiling of Britain's first heavy bomber. The Avro Lancaster is arguably the most iconic British warplane of the Second World War. Over 7,300 units were manufactured across 7 variants, entering service in March 1942. The Lancaster became the ultimate hammer of Bomber Command, flying an incredible 156,000 wartime sorties and dropping over 600,000 tons of ordnance, accounting for 64% of Britain's entire wartime total. Yet this offensive triumph came at a horrific price. 3,349 Lancasters were destroyed in combat. This equaled a 2.2% loss rate per sortie, a mathematical statistic that compounded into a near certainty of death or capture over a standard 30-mission operational tour. Legendary units like 617 Squadron utilized heavily modified Lancasters carrying the famous Upkeep bouncing bomb to breach the vital Möhne and Eder dams in 1943. Flooding the Ruhr Valley. The Lancaster also carried the monstrous 12,000-pound Tallboy and 22,000-pound Grand Slam earthquake bombs to crush hardened targets like the battleship Tirpitz. In the end, the brutal mathematics of attrition were paid for with the lives of over 55,000 brave aircrew. Often overshadowed by its famous contemporary, the Handley Page Halifax was a towering achievement in its own right, with over 6,100 aircraft built across 9 distinct variants. Entering frontline service in March 1941, the Halifax served as Bomber Command's second vital four-engine heavy bomber. However, early marks faced severe aerodynamic issues, resulting in a staggering 3.6% loss rate per sortie compared to the Lancaster's 2.2%. This variance meant that Halifax crews faced significantly worse odds of survival while flying into identical, heavily defended German targets. The absolute brutality of this attrition peaked during the infamous Nuremberg raid of March 30th, 1944, where 37 Halifaxes were destroyed in a single night. Despite these challenges, the Halifax proved to be an incredibly versatile workhorse, adapting to every role imaginable, from area and precision bombing to clandestine special operations, executive supply drops and glider towing during the airborne assault at Arnhem. Flying over 82,000 operational sorties, this rugged bomber stood shoulder to shoulder with the Lancaster throughout the entire strategic campaign, earning a bloody but deeply respected place in aviation history. The de Havilland Mosquito completely revolutionized aerial warfare by proving that a bomber did not need heavy armor or defensive guns to survive. Built almost entirely of wood, over 7,700 Mosquitoes were produced across all variants, with dedicated bomber versions entering active service in May 1942. Designer Geoffrey de Havilland championed a radical philosophy that raw speed was the only defense a bomber truly required. He was proven spectacularly correct. Operating at extreme velocities, the unarmed Mosquito achieved an astonishingly low combat loss rate of just 0.62% per sortie, a four-fold survivability advantage over the heavy Lancaster. This incredible performance allowed Mosquito crews to conduct high-value, ultra-precise daylight strikes. They famously bombed the Gestapo headquarters in Oslo, breached the walls of Amiens prison to free French resistance fighters, and destroyed the Netherlands Records Office to safeguard Jewish citizens from deportation. Furthermore, the Light Night Striking Force harassed Berlin for 170 consecutive nights. The unique aircraft that the Air Ministry initially rejected ultimately became the most operationally versatile and safest British bomber of the entire war. The English Electric Canberra thrust the Royal Air Force firmly into the jet age, entering active service in May 1951. Over 900 Canberras were manufactured for the RAF, with an additional 400 built under license overseas. This legendary aircraft achieved an astonishing 57 years of continuous military service, longer than any other jet platform in RAF history. The Canberra was a record breaker from the start. It was the first jet-powered bomber to enter British service, the first jet to cross the Atlantic Ocean non-stop, and it held more simultaneous world altitude records than any other aircraft in history. Its long operational career led to deeply ironic historical encounters, most notably during the Falklands War of 1982. During that conflict, Argentine Air Force Canberras launched active bombing raids against the British Naval Task Force, while British RAF Canberras simultaneously provided critical photographic intelligence support for the counter-offensive. One Argentine Canberra was ultimately shot down by a British Sea Dart missile. The RAF's specialised PR-9 reconnaissance variants continued flying active missions until 2006, proving the incredible longevity of a masterpiece design that surpassed all expectations. The Vickers Valiant holds a historic, yet chilling legacy as the very first member of Britain's legendary nuclear V-Force. Entering active service in February 1955, 107 Valiants were constructed to project Britain's global strategic power. On October 11, 1956, a Valiant dropped the nation's first operational atomic bomb during Operation Buffalo over Maralinga, Australia. Just 7 months later, on May 15, 1957, another Valiant made history by releasing Britain's first thermonuclear hydrogen bomb during Operation Grapple over Christmas Island. However, the Valiant was not confined solely to nuclear deterrence. Only 3 weeks after its first atomic test, the fleet was deployed for conventional operations during the Suez Crisis, striking Egyptian airfields at Al-Mazrah, Kibrit, and Cairo West. Tragically, the career of this pioneering jet bomber was cut short by the brutal realities of low-level flight stress. In January 1965, severe metal fatigue was discovered across the fleet during routine inspections, forcing the immediate and permanent grounding of every aircraft. The entire fleet of 107 Valiants was abruptly scrapped. Not a single intact example was preserved for history. The Avro Vulcan remains the most visually striking and awe-inspiring aircraft ever to wear the colours of the Royal Air Force. Entering service in July 1956, 136 of these massive delta-wing bombers were constructed. In its definitive B Mark II configuration, boasting uprated Bristol Olympus engines and the nuclear-tipped Blues Steel standoff missile, the Vulcan represented the absolute pinnacle of British strategic deterrence. The Soviet Union took this weapon system incredibly seriously. The Vulcan's spectacular high-altitude performance was a primary driver for massive Soviet investment in the S-75 Divina surface-to-air missile system. Although designed to deter a nuclear apocalypse, the Vulcan's most famous operational hour occurred at the very end of its career during the Falklands War. Operation Black Buck 1 saw a lone Vulcan execute an epic 12,654-kilometre round trip to bomb the runway at Port Stanley. This monumental mission required 11 mid-air refuelings from a massive fleet of Victor tankers just to support a single attacking aircraft. Spending decades on high-alert nuclear readiness, 15 minutes from launch, this South Atlantic conventional strike became the ultimate combat validation for an aviation icon. Entering service in April 1957, the Handley Page Victor was the third and undoubtedly the most aerodynamically advanced of Britain's trio of V-bombers. 86 Victors were manufactured, featuring a highly distinctive crescent wing design that provided unparalleled high-altitude capabilities. This advanced aerodynamics allowed the Victor to achieve the highest operational ceiling of the entire V-force, cruising at a staggering 18,290 meters. However, as Soviet surface-to-air missile technology advanced, the Victor was forced to adapt to a completely different role. Converted into the K. Mark II aerial refueling tanker, the Victor became the indispensable logistical backbone of the Royal Air Force. During the 1982 Falklands War, Victor tankers provided the complex refueling matrix required to send a Vulcan bomber over Port Stanley. Nearly a decade later, they successfully supported every British fast jet mission during the 1991 Gulf War. When the Victor was finally retired in 1993, it had completed 36 years of vital service. An airframe originally engineered to unleash Britain's nuclear devastating power spent the twilight of its career keeping its supersonic replacements fueled and airborne. The Basey TSR-2 is the ultimate what-if of British aviation history, cancelled on April 6, 1965, by Defence Secretary Dennis Healey after nearly £200 million had already been spent. It remains the most technically ambitious military aircraft Britain ever attempted to construct. Engineered to achieve a blistering Mach 2.5 at high altitude and a terrifying Mach 1.1 just 60 metres above the ground, the TSR-2 forced British industry to solve unprecedented engineering hurdles in advanced metallurgy, terrain-following radar, and propulsion. The single completed prototype, serial number XR219, took to the skies on September 27, 1964, successfully completing 24 test flights before political forces killed the project. While the aircraft proved it could easily meet its design goals, soaring cost projections doomed it. Shockingly, following cancellation, the government ordered the immediate destruction of all specialised manufacturing jigs and existing airframes to prevent the project from ever being resurrected. Only 2 surviving airframes escaped the scrap heap because staff at RAF Cosford defiantly refused to destroy them, preserving a tragic monument to broken British aerospace ambition. The Blackburn Buccaneer was a rugged, low-level strike aircraft that the Royal Air Force initially rejected, later reluctantly accepted, and ultimately praised as one of the finest weapons in the NATO inventory. Entering Fleet Air Arms service in July 1962 and later joining the RAF in October 1969, 210 Buccaneers were built. Originally designed for the Royal Navy as a carrier-based nuclear strike platform, the Buccaneer excelled at ultra-low-level supersonic flight, screaming across the terrain at Mach 0.85, just 60 meters off the ground. Decades later, during Operation Desert Storm in 1991, the aging Buccaneer proved its immense value. Deployed to the Gulf War, 6 Buccaneers fitted with advanced paved spike laser designator pods flew 218 dangerous operational sorties. They acted as the essential targeting eyes for newer Tornado strike jets, which lacked their own internal laser designation capabilities. When the last Buccaneers were finally retired in March 1994, they concluded 32 years of distinguished service. The aircraft, once dismissed as a naval compromise, had become the RAF's premier low-level strike platform. Entering service in June 1982, the variable geometry Panavia Tornado GR went on to participate in more operational combat campaigns than any previous strike aircraft in Royal Air Force history. 228 Tornadoes were manufactured for the RAF, serving as the frontline hammer across global conflicts including the 1991 Gulf War, Bosnia, Kosovo, Afghanistan, Iraq, Libya, and the intensive air campaign against ISIS from 2014 to 2019. During the opening nights of Operation Desert Storm, Tornado crews flew extremely hazardous, ultra-low-level runway denial missions deep into heavily defended Iraqi airspace. This high-risk tactic came at a brutal cost. 6 Tornadoes were shot down, representing a 10% loss rate, the highest of any coalition aircraft type in the war. Major midlife upgrades transformed the fleet into the GR4 configuration, integrating GPS, guided weaponry, and lethal Storm Shadow cruise missiles. The Tornado, originally engineered to sprint beneath Soviet radar screens on the nuclear battlefields of Cold War Europe, spent its final operational years delivering precision-guided strikes against terrorist infrastructure. It was finally retired in March 2019 after 37 years of continuous service. Entering service as a multi-role ground attack platform in July 2007, the Eurofighter Typhoon FGR-4 is currently the sole fixed-wing platform delivering the Royal Air Force's strategic precision strike capability. Following the emotional retirement of the Tornado, the Typhoon assumed total responsibility for Britain's airborne offensive operations. To achieve this, the FGR-4 is armed with the devastating Storm Shadow cruise missile featuring a 450-kilogram warhead and an operational range exceeding 560 kilometers, representing the absolute furthest conventional strike reach available to the modern RAF. The Typhoon achieved its combat debut utilizing the Storm Shadow during Operation Ellamy over Libya in 2011. This was followed by years of intensive combat operations against Islamic State targets across Iraq and Syria, with Typhoons launching daily from RAF Akrotiri to deliver high-precision Paveway 4 laser-guided bombs. The long, historic evolutionary lineage of British air power stretching from the timber-framed Handley Page O/400 dropping basic bombs over Saarbrücken in 1917 to the modern Typhoon launching autonomous cruise missiles with sub-meter accuracy represents a century of relentless technological advancement in the art of aerial warfare. Commissioned between 1892 and 1897, the 21 ships of the Apollo class and 9 of the Eclipse class represented the absolute pinnacle of Victorian second-class protected cruisers. This design philosophy relied heavily on a curved, armoured deck shielding the vital machinery and ammunition magazines, providing essential resilience against enemy shell fire without the crippling weight of heavy waterline hull armour. Displacing between 3,400 and 5,600 tons and packing a punch with two 6-inch and 6 4.7-inch guns, these warships were perfectly optimized to hunt down hostile commerce raiders and suppress local colonial forces from Zanzibar to Shanghai. However, this engineering choice was a known strategic compromise. While an armoured belt could stop shells at the waterline, a protected deck only absorbed impacts after the enemy rounds had already torn through the thin outer hull plates. During the brutal opening months of World War I, the Royal Navy found a desperate new purpose for these aging vessels. Converted into specialised mine layers, their internal armoured decks provided critical blast protection during high-risk operations. Ships like HMS Latona and HMS Apollo became the backbone of Britain's early wartime mining campaigns, proving that even outdated Victorian steel could adapt to modern industrial conflict across the globe. The 6 mighty ships of the Cressy class, entering service between 1901 and 1902, stood proudly as the Royal Navy's premier first-class armoured cruisers. Tipping the scales at a massive 12,000 tons, they bristled with deadly 9.2-inch main batteries and boasted a formidable 152mm armoured belt. This protection actually surpassed the Japanese armoured cruisers that famously triumphed at Tsushima. Yet, on the fateful morning of September 22, 1914, steel armour proved useless against a silent, invisible threat. While patrolling the treacherous Broad 14s of the North Sea without destroyer escorts, HMS Abukir, HMS Cressy, and HMS Hogue were ambushed by the lone German submarine U-9 under Otto Weddigen. Abukir was struck first. In a noble but catastrophic error, Cressy and Hogue stopped dead in the water to rescue drowning comrades, turning themselves into stationary targets. Within 67 nightmarish minutes, all 3 Leviathans were sent to the bottom, taking 1,459 British sailors with them. This staggering disaster fundamentally shocked the Admiralty, exposing the terrible vulnerability of unescorted heavy warships and forcing the rapid, painful development of modern convoy tactics and anti-submarine screening procedures that would eventually reshape 20th century naval warfare across the globe forever. The Drake and Warrior classes, comprising 4 powerful warships each, commissioned between 1902 and 1906, pushed the traditional armoured cruiser concept to its absolute structural and technological limits. Displacing a staggering 14,100 tons and capable of achieving an impressive 23 knots, these massive vessels carried a ferocious arsenal of 2 9.2-inch and 16 6-inch guns, all shielded behind 152 millimeters of solid belt armor. Despite their imposing strength, the relentless march of naval technology quickly turned them into relics. This grim reality was realized in blood on May 31st, 1916, at the Battle of Jutland. HMS Defence, a proud member of the Warrior class, was caught in a devastating concentrated crossfire from German capital ships. Heavily damaged and burning, she was struck by a final, catastrophic volley. Her magazines detonated in a colossal fireball, and she vanished beneath the waves in mere seconds, taking all 903 crewmen down with her. Just over a year later, on October 2nd, 1917, HMS Drake met a similar tragic fate, torpedoed by the German submarine U-79 while escorting a vital Atlantic convoy. Their violent losses definitively closed the era of first-class armoured cruisers in active British frontline service. The 3 revolutionary ships of the Invincible class, arriving in 1908, represented Admiral John Fisher's most radical and ultimately most dangerous naval innovation. By packing Dreadnought caliber 12-inch main guns and a blistering 25.5 knot top speed into a sleek 17,250-ton hull, Fisher created a warship faster than any contemporary battleship and infinitely more lethal than any existing cruiser. Yet, a fatal flaw lay hidden beneath this impressive firepower, a meager 152 millimeters of maximum belt armor. Fisher arrogantly dismissed this weakness, famously claiming that speed was the ship's best defense. Early on, the concept seemed vindicated. At the Battle of the Falkland Islands in late 1914, Invincible and Inflexible easily hunted down and obliterated Vice Admiral Graf von Spey's outgunned East Asia squadron. But the ultimate test came at the Battle of Jutland on May 31st, 1916. Locked in combat with the German battlecruiser Lützow, HMS Invincible took a direct hit to her Q turret. The flash instantly reached the unprotected magazines, triggering an apocalyptic explosion that tore the ship completely in two. Out of 1,032 men aboard, only 6 miraculously survived, exposing Fisher's speed as armor doctrine as a tragic, bloody illusion of security. The 3 massive warships of the Lion class, entering royal service between 1912 and 1913, formed the formidable second generation of British battlecruisers. Recognizing the vulnerability of their predecessors, designers upscaled these new vessels to pack a crushing main battery of 13.5-inch guns and reinforced their hulls with thickened 229mm armored belts. While this was a genuine engineering improvement, it ultimately remained inadequate against the high-velocity armor-piercing shells fired by German battlecruisers at realistic combat ranges. The terrifying cost of this lingering design compromise was paid in full on May 31st, 1916, at the Battle of Jutland. HMS Queen Mary, a sister variant, was hammered by a relentless hail of heavy gunfire from the German battlecruisers Derfflinger and Seydlitz, A shell penetrated her forward armor, detonating the main magazines. The resulting explosion was so immense it was visible to both fleets across miles of ocean. In an instant, 1,266 brave sailors perished, leaving a mere 9 survivors. The flagship of the class, HMS Lion, narrowly escaped a similar catastrophic fate at both Doggerbank and Jutland, surviving only because enemy shells happened to miss her vital ammunition storage spaces entirely. Commissioned on May 15, 1920, HMS Hood was the sole survivor of the aborted 4-ship Admiral class. For over 2 decades, she reigned supreme as the largest and most awe-inspiring warship on Earth, a majestic floating symbol of global British maritime hegemony. Displacing more than 42,000 tons and stretching 262 meters, her incredible 31-knot speed made her a lethal weapon on paper. While she incorporated several crucial post-Jutland armor upgrades, designers tragically stopped short of the thick horizontal deck plating required to deflect plunging long-range gunfire. Her planned sister ships, Anson, Howe and Rodney, were cancelled under the strict tonnage caps of the 1922 Washington Naval Treaty. Left alone, Hood's fatal design flaw was exposed on May 24, 1941, in the frozen expanse of the Denmark Strait. Just 8 minutes into a furious duel with the German battleship Bismarck, a catastrophic 38-centimeter salvo pierced Hood's thin deck armor and detonated her aft 15-inch magazines. The pride of the Royal Navy broke apart and plunged beneath the waves in 3 terrifying minutes. Of her 1,418 crew, only 3 survived, proving one final devastating time the vulnerability of the battlecruiser concept. The 28 light cruisers of the expansive C and D classes rushed into active service between 1915 and 1918, served as the indispensable backbone of the Royal Navy's scouting forces during the dark years of World War I. Mass-produced under urgent war emergency conditions using highly standardized industrial components, these nimble vessels successfully maintained the blistering 29-knot top speed required to outrun capital ships while carrying sufficient firepower to contest hostile German scout fleets. Most famously, the C-class formed the cutting edge of Commodore Reginald Tyrwhitt's legendary Harwich Force, a highly mobile naval strike team that relentlessly contested control of the southern North Sea. Their brilliant combination of rapid-fire guns and deadly torpedo arrays made them the ultimate fleet screening assets. Following the armistice, a massive surplus of these hulls established a geopolitical pattern that would repeat throughout the 20th century as Britain transferred or sold these battle-tested warships to emerging Commonwealth and Allied navies. By the late 1930s, several surviving C-class hulls underwent extensive modifications to become dedicated anti-aircraft cruisers, paving the technological path for the next generation of purpose-built fleet defense warships to come. The 5 unique vessels of the Hawkins class, commissioned between 1919 and 1925, occupy a legendary position in modern naval history because their massive physical dimensions literally rewrote the international rules of warship construction. When global superpowers met for the Washington Naval Treaty of 1922 to halt a ruinous global arms race, negotiators used the imposing Hawkins class as the absolute ceiling for future heavy cruiser designs, establishing a strict legal limit of 10,000 tons, displacement and 8-inch main armaments. Consequently, every single treaty cruiser built by rival global navies for the next 2 decades was shaped by the specific standard this single British class had established, the ships themselves faced mixed fortunes. HMS Raleigh was tragically wrecked off Labrador in 1922, while Cavendish was radically transformed into an early aircraft carrier named HMS Vindictive. The surviving sisters pressed on, providing vital service into World War II. HMS Effingham was lost after striking an uncharted rock during the chaotic 1940 Norwegian campaign, but her remaining sisters continued escorting convoys, ultimately outliving the very treaty limits their design had inadvertently imposed upon the world's navies from the beginning. The 7 ships of the Kent class and 4 of the closely related London class entering service between 1928 and 1929 were the very first heavy cruisers built by Great Britain under the restrictive limitations of the Washington Naval Treaty. Armed with 8 powerful 8-inch guns mounted in 4 twin turrets, capable of steaming at 31.5 knots, and precisely matching the 9,750-ton legal standard, they represented the absolute limit of engineering possibility. However, staying under the strict tonnage cap required a dangerous sacrifice: armour protection. The meagre 25mm armoured belt provided by designers was barely capable of deflecting light 6-inch cruiser shells and completely useless against heavy 8-inch rounds. This structural vulnerability yielded tragic results during World War II. On April 5, 1942, HMS Cornwall and HMS Dorsetshire were caught in the open waters of the Indian Ocean without vital air cover. Spotted by Japanese carrier aircraft from Admiral Nagumo's elite First Air Fleet, both heavy cruisers were relentlessly bombed and sunk within 20 minutes, leaving 424 dead. Conversely, their sister HMS Suffolk achieved legendary status by utilizing her advanced radar to track the Bismarck for 31 hours during the dramatic 1941 Atlantic chase. Comprising just 2 legendary vessels, HMS York and HMS Exeter, commissioned in 1930 and 1931, the York class represented a bold, cost-saving experiment in scaled-down heavy cruiser design. By reducing the main battery from 8 to 6 8-inch guns, British naval architect teams successfully created a more economical warship with a much smaller displacement. Despite their reduced size, these ships carved out an immortal legacy in the opening salvos of World War II. At the historic Battle of the River Plate on December 13, 1939, HMS Exeter courageously engaged the heavily armed German pocket battleship Admiral Graf Spee. Absorbing a brutal pounding from 11-inch shells that shattered 2 of her main turrets and claimed 61 lives, Exeter refused to yield, fighting on as a mangled wreck until the cornered German raider was driven into Montevideo and scuttled. Tragically, both sister ships would ultimately succumb to the relentless violence of global war. HMS Exeter was finally overwhelmed and sunk by Japanese heavy cruisers in the Java Sea on March 1, 1942, while HMS York was fatally crippled by daring Italian explosive motorboats in Crete's Suda Bay, forcing her crew to permanently beach her in the shallow waters. The 8 exceptionally designed light cruisers of the Leander class, entering service between 1933 and 1935, represented a masterful triumph of British naval engineering. 5 ships served directly with the Royal Navy, while 3 were proudly transferred to the Royal New Zealand Navy. Sized at a modest 7,270 tons, these warships were brilliantly optimized to carry a powerful main battery of 8 6-inch guns in a highly efficient layout that easily matched the offensive punch of much larger international designs. Their combat record throughout World War II was nothing short of legendary. HMNZS Achilles carved her name into history at the Battle of the River Plate in December 1939, relentlessly dueling the German pocket battleship Graf Spee despite suffering lethal 11-inch shell fragments that devastated her bridge. Later, in the Pacific Theatre, her sister, HMNZS Leander, was heavily damaged after being struck by a Japanese torpedo during the chaotic night action at the Battle of Kolombangara in July 1943. Thanks to their incredibly rugged construction and inherently sound basic design, 3 New Zealand Leanders survived the war and remained active into the 1960s, proving the enduring value of this versatile cruiser class. The 10 formidable warships of the Southampton class entering active fleet service between 1937 and 1939 were Britain's direct tactical response to heavily armed Japanese light cruisers carrying 15 6-inch guns. These upsized British vessels packed an immense punch, carrying 12 6-inch guns in 4 advanced triple turrets, dramatically increasing their offensive capability over previous cruiser generations. Their operational history reads like an epic chronicle of World War II's most dangerous naval campaigns. HMS Sheffield achieved immortal fame during the dramatic 1941 Atlantic chase, braving treacherous Arctic weather to maintain continuous radar contact on the elusive German battleship Bismarck for 31 critical hours. However, the class paid a staggering price for its constant front-line deployments. HMS Edinburgh was tragically lost in the freezing waters of the Barents Sea on May 2nd, 1942, while secretly carrying a priceless cargo of 93 tons of Soviet gold bullion to pay for Western war supplies. 57 crewmen perished with her, though the gold was remarkably recovered in a daring 1981 salvage operation. 2 other sister ships, HMS Manchester and HMS Southampton, were also lost to fierce enemy torpedo and bombing attacks during the war. The 16 highly specialized warships of the Dido class, including the revised Bellona subgroup, commissioned between 1940 and 1945, were engineered from the keel up to counter the terrifying evolution of modern air power. Designed specifically as dedicated anti-aircraft cruisers, their primary armament consisted of 10 rapid-fire 5.25-inch dual-purpose guns, capable of throwing up devastating flak walls against high-altitude bombers while remaining deadly to surface targets. However, the limits of this specialized design were tested in blood during the brutal 1941 Battle of Crete. German dive bombers relentlessly targeted the fleet, sinking both HMS Gloucester and HMS Fiji in a single catastrophic afternoon. Crucially, Fiji had completely exhausted her anti-aircraft ammunition supply, leaving her completely defenseless and desperately firing non-lethal practice rounds when the fatal bombs struck home. Gloucester was lost while bravely attempting to rescue her sister's survivors, resulting in the tragic loss of 722 British sailors. This grim disaster provided a stark lesson to the Admiralty. Anti-aircraft warships were only as effective as their magazine capacities, forcing immediate, sweeping overhauls to fleet ammunition stowage, logistics, and replenishment protocols across the entire Royal Navy fleet operations. The 14 rugged warships of the Fiji and Colony classes, commissioned into service between 1940 and 1944, stood as the indispensable, hard-fighting workhorses of the mid-war Royal Navy. cleverly designed to maximize firepower under strict wartime constraints, the Fiji class managed to pack 12 powerful 6-inch guns into 4 triple turrets on a compact 8,000-ton hull, a full 2,000 tons lighter than the preceding Town class. These tough cruisers proved their immense worth in every major theatre of conflict. Most famously, HMS Jamaica played a decisive role at the historic Battle of the North Cape on December 26, 1943. Operating in pitch-black Arctic conditions, she helped corner the elusive German battlecruiser Scharnhorst, delivering the final, crushing torpedo strikes that sent the German Titan to the bottom of the ocean. That fierce engagement ended with the loss of 1,932 German sailors, with only 36 survivors rescued from the freezing waves. Following the Allied victory, these highly versatile and reliable warships found new life on the global stage, with 6 colony-class vessels being transferred to form the foundational backbone of emerging Commonwealth navies in Canada, India, Pakistan, and New Zealand, respectively. Comprising just 2 exceptional vessels, HMS Edinburgh and HMS Belfast, commissioned in 1939, the Edinburgh class represented the absolute pinnacle of British light cruiser design during World War II. Heavily armed with 12 6-inch guns and featuring a comprehensively upgraded radar-controlled anti-aircraft suite, these massive vessels possessed unparalleled combat versatility. HMS Belfast carved an indelible legacy across the pages of 20th century history, executing vital roles at the Battle of the North Cape in 1943 and providing devastating shore bombardment support during the D-Day landings on June 6, 1944. Her massive guns pounded fortified German positions from 11 kilometers offshore, clearing the way for Allied infantry storming Sword Beach. Decades later, she would serve with distinction in the Korean War, cementing her status as the final Royal Navy cruiser to fire her primary armaments in anger. Safely preserved as a floating museum ship on the River Thames since October 21, 1971, Belfast remains the world's last surviving example of the classic big-gun cruiser. Her tragic sister ship, HMS Edinburgh, rests undisturbed at a depth of 245 meters in the Barents Sea, a war grave containing 57 brave sailors and 93 tons of sunken Soviet gold. The 6 advanced vessels of the Swiftsure class and its Ontario subgroup, commissioned between 1944 and 1946, represented the final evolution of British light cruiser design conceived during the crucible of World War II. These modern ships seamlessly integrated the hard-won combat lessons of the preceding Fiji and Colony classes, introducing heavily reinforced anti-aircraft defensive arrays and cutting-edge electronic fire control radar systems. As the geopolitical landscape shifted toward the looming Cold War, 2 prominent Swiftsure-class ships, HMS Ontario and HMS Quebec, were transferred to the Royal Canadian Navy, either immediately prior to or shortly after completion. These Canadian vessels served with great distinction throughout the 1950s, anchoring a surface fleet adapting to new global threats. Meanwhile, their British sister ships, including HMS Swiftsure and HMS Superb, continued to fly the White Ensign until the early 1960s, though their active operational roles were progressively scaled back as aircraft and missiles advanced. Both cruisers were ultimately sold for scrap in the mid-1960s, marking the end of distinguished operational careers that witnessed a total transformation from traditional blue water fleet engagements to modern amphibious and Cold War perimeter patrols worldwide. The three troubled warships of the Tiger class represented both a remarkable engineering feat and the absolute end of the line for the traditional British cruiser. With construction originally halting at the close of World War II, the program endured 14 agonizing years of repeated cancellations, redesigns, and suspensions before the lead ship finally entered active fleet service in 1959. The centerpiece of this delayed design was a fully automatic, rapid-fire, twin 6-inch turret capable of cycling an astonishing 20 rounds per minute per barrel. While a brilliant technical achievement, its immense mechanical complexity imposed grueling maintenance demands that a shrinking post-war Navy desperately lacked the technical manpower to sustain. Consequently, HMS Lion was quickly forced into reserve, while Tiger and Blake underwent massive reconstructions in the late 1960s, transforming into hybrid helicopter cruisers. When HMS Tiger was permanently decommissioned in 1979, she retired as the final cruiser to serve the Royal Navy, and the very last gun-armed cruiser in any Western fleet. Her departure quietly brought down the curtain on a century of big gun dominance, leaving naval warfare forever altered by the rise of guided missiles and naval aviation. Commissioned on March 31, 1973, HMS Bristol was the lone survivor of the ill-fated four-ship Type 82-class, designed specifically to serve as the ultimate high-tech escort for Britain's planned CVA-01 fleet aircraft carriers. However, when the entire carrier program was abruptly cancelled in the infamous 1966 Defence White Paper, the underlying strategic rationale for the Type 82 destroyers evaporated overnight. Bristol was only completed because her hull was too far advanced to abandon economically, while her three planned sisters were immediately axed on the drawing board. Displacing a hefty 6,100 tons, this unique vessel straddled the fine line between heavy destroyer and light cruiser. Despite her orphaned status, Bristol served as a crucial floating testbed, pioneering an innovative combined gas turbine propulsion plant that marked the Royal Navy's first all-gas turbine surface combatant. This groundbreaking propulsion layout proved highly successful, directly shaping the engineering of the subsequent Type 42 destroyers. Reassigned primarily to a training role from the mid-1970s onward, Bristol spent nearly 30 years operating as a stationary schoolship before being decommissioned in 2004 and scrapped, a solitary monument to an aircraft carrier era that never was. Commissioned in October 1893, HMS Havoc and her sister Hornet birthed an entirely new breed of warship, the torpedo boat destroyer. Developed not for power projection but as a desperate defense against swarms of fast torpedo boats, these radical 240-ton vessels clocked a staggering 27 knots on trials, making them the fastest warships afloat. Yet, behind the impressive speed lay a fragile reality. They were essentially racing yachts stuffed with weapons, structurally delicate and hazardous in heavy seas. Their coal-fired steam plants, pushed to absolute design limits, suffered constant mechanical failures. While they achieved their legendary 27 knots in calm trials, that speed proved purely academic in the brutal winter waves of the North Sea. Despite these flaws, the Admiralty ordered 42 of these 27 knotters from various commercial shipbuilders, This decision established a highly competitive, multi-yard procurement strategy that defined British naval construction for the next century. It successfully maintained vital industrial capacity and accelerated technical improvements through builder rivalry. However, it came at a logistical cost, a messy lack of standardized equipment across nominally identical ships, an operational burden the Navy would carry through every single destroyer program for many decades to come down the line. The pursuit of raw velocity led directly to the 30-knotter class. 66 of these vessels were built between 1896 and 1901, attempting to improve upon earlier designs by demanding higher sustained speed. However, reaching 30 knots required high-pressure boilers and complex machinery, which drastically increased mechanical failure rates while providing only marginal gains in seakeeping. Realizing this limitation, naval architects radically shifted gears with the landmark River class. 34 of these ships entered service between 1903 and 1905, fundamentally redefining the concept. Designers courageously accepted a lower speed of 25.5 knots. In exchange, they built a robust 570-ton vessel capable of weathering open ocean storms. Crucially, this class dropped the title of torpedo boat destroyer to become officially known simply as destroyers, signaling their evolution into independent warships with offensive capabilities. When World War I erupted, these reliable vessels proved indispensable for arduous patrol and convoy escort duties. The River class demonstrated that sacrificing top-end speed for survival and seakeeping was the correct operational choice. It was a vital lesson in naval architecture that the Admiralty would forget and relearn multiple times over the coming century of global conflict. By 1905, the Admiralty succumbed once more to the obsession with absolute speed, ordering 12 vessels of the radical tribal class. Displacing 1,100 tons, these massive warships sacrificed almost every practical quality to achieve an astonishing 33 knots during trials. In active service, however, they proved wildly expensive and mechanically fragile, demonstrating that prioritizing high speed above all else produced vessels excellent for breaking records but poorly suited for actual warfare. Recognizing this misstep, the Navy executed a corrective course with the Beagle class of 1909 and the Acorn class of 1911. Designers reduced top speeds to implement reliable, manageable mechanical plants while upgrading the main armament to the formidable 4-inch gun. Displacing 772 tons, the Acorn class represented a beautifully balanced design that prioritized ocean-going ruggedness over experimental velocity. In the tense decade leading to the First World War, British shipyards fabricated these standardized pre-war destroyers at a blistering pace of 20 or more per year. This massive multi-yard output successfully secured the vast numerical superiority dictated by Admiralty doctrine, ensuring the fleet had enough hulls for critical North Sea escort duties, torpedo attacks, and anti-submarine patrols across hostile waters. The iconic V and W classes represented the definitive culmination of British destroyer development during the crucible of the First World War. 67 of these vessels entered service between 1917 and 1923, integrating 4 brutal years of hard-fought combat lessons, displacing 1,490 tons, armed with 4 4-inch guns and 6 torpedo tubes on a swift 34-knot hull. They were the mature expression of fleet warfare. Yet, their finest hour came decades later. At the outbreak of World War II in 1939, the surviving ships underwent a radical transformation into long-range escorts. Engineers stripped away heavy surface weaponry, reduced torpedo tubes, and packed the hulls with advanced anti-submarine weapons and extended fuel tanks. This conversion turned aging fleet fighters into specialized hunters for the perilous Battle of the Atlantic, proving that an adaptable hull could find new life in a completely different conflict. HMS Verdun exemplified this durability, remaining in active service until 1946. Across 28 years of operational deployment, the V and W classes proved that well-built destroyers of adequate displacement possessed incredible lifespans, surviving far beyond the specific tactical environments they were originally engineered to endure by their creators in the early days of design. In 1930, the Royal Navy inaugurated a bold new chapter with the A and B classes, launching a standardized lineage of interwar lettered destroyers. Comprising 8 ships each, these sleek vessels established a baseline blueprint for a decade of naval construction. 1,350 tons displacement, 4 formidable 4.7-inch guns, 8 lethal torpedo tubes, and a fleet-footed top speed of 35 knots. Built for intense fleet engagements, they were destined to face the ultimate test under fire. On June 8, 1940, HMS Ardent found herself hopelessly outgunned, trapped by the German battleships Scharnhorst and Gneisenau. In a display of raw defiance that came to define the destroyer ethos, Ardent aggressively charged the capital ships, firing her guns until she was completely obliterated and swallowed by the sea. This desperate heroism carried a catastrophic price tag. Of the 16 built in the A and B classes, 9 were sunk in combat, a staggering 56% attrition rate. This devastating loss ratio reflected both the unrelenting intensity of naval operations in 1940 and the fundamental vulnerability of lightly armored destroyer hulls when facing modern enemy aviation and heavy naval artillery on the open ocean during these early war years. The evolution continued with the C and D classes. Commissioned between 1931 and 1933, these 16 ships brought subtle upgrades to the lettered formula, pushing displacement to 1,375 tons, while introducing superior fire control systems and improved mechanical reliability. Peacetime engineering soon gave way to legendary wartime exploits. On February 16, 1940, HMS Cossack secured immortality. Defying international law, Captain Philip Vian steered Cossack straight into neutral Norwegian territorial waters to board the German supply vessel Altmark. Storming the ship, the boarding party liberated 299 captive British merchant sailors, shouting the phrase that electrified a besieged nation, "The Navy's here." Yet, the brutal nature of destroyer service remained inescapable. Just 2 days later, sister ship HMS Daring was torpedoed and sunk by a German U-boat, highlighting the thin line between triumph and tragedy. Ultimately, the C and D classes demonstrated that the interwar design formula produced highly capable peacetime vessels and adequate wartime tools. In the lethal arenas of World War II, adequate meant just one thing: surviving long enough to execute the mission successfully before being blown out of the water by an aggressive enemy force that completely outmatched them. As the shadow of global war lengthened, the E, F, G, and H classes maintained the reliable lettered formula while introducing pivotal adjustments. Built between 1934 and 1937, The later G and H iterations experimented with a fifth main gun and enhanced anti-aircraft weaponry, signaling the Admiralty's growing anxiety over hostile air power. But it was a standard destroyer of this group that performed one of the most astonishing acts of naval bravery ever recorded. On April 8, 1940, HMS Glowworm was isolated and heavily damaged by German destroyers. Crippled and facing certain destruction, Lieutenant Commander Gerard Roop made a breathtaking decision. He ordered Glowworm to ram the German heavy cruiser Admiral Hipper, a 14,000-ton Leviathan, against a mere 1,345-ton destroyer. Glowworm tore a massive 40-meter gash in the cruiser's steel hull before exploding. Roop was posthumously awarded the Victoria Cross, uniquely recommended by the Hipper's own captain. Despite such legendary gallantry, courage could not alter the grim math of attrition. These four classes suffered 50% combat losses across World War II, decimated primarily in the Mediterranean during 1941 and 1942, where total Luftwaffe air superiority turned destroyer operations into virtual suicide runs for the crews involved. By 1937, a fierce ideological schism split British destroyer design, giving birth to the standard I-class and the radical tribal class. The tribals were heavy, 1,870-ton beasts armed with 8 lethal 4.7-inch guns in 4 twin mounts. To accommodate this massive firepower, designers halved their torpedo capability, igniting a fiery debate between gunnery enthusiasts and torpedo traditionalists. Meanwhile, the J-class successor yielded the war's most famous destroyer, HMS Kelly. Commanded by the legendary Captain Lord Louis Mountbatten, Kelly personified the fleet's aggressive spirit until German dive bombers tragically sent her to the bottom of Crete on May 23, 1941. The tribals met an equally brutal fate. Deployed as frontline shock troops, 12 of the 16 ships were destroyed in combat. A shattering 75% attrition rate, the highest of any British destroyer class in World War II. They were pushed to the absolute limit and paid a horrifying price in blood and steel. The 4 battle-scarred tribals that survived the global conflagration were transferred to Commonwealth navies, where their robust hulls continued to serve with honour deep into the 1960s, a true testament to their exceptionally rugged and enduring basic design. As Europe stood on the precipice of total war, the J, K and N classes brought heavy firepower back to the destroyer fleet. Comprising 8 ships per class, these formidable 1,760-ton vessels were substantially larger than their interwar predecessors. They introduced advanced twin 4.7-inch gun mountings, raising their main battery to 6 devastating barrels while simultaneously maintaining a lethal payload of 10 torpedo tubes. They were heavily armed and ready for action, but no engineering could protect them from the paradigm shift occurring in the skies above. In May 1941, the K-class sailed into the meat grinder of the Battle of Crete. Within days, relentless German dive bombers annihilated 5 of the 8 sister ships. HMS Kashmir and HMS Kelly were blown apart and sent to the bottom, leaving only HMS Kipling to make a desperate escape, packed with shell-shocked survivors. The catastrophic losses off Crete delivered a definitive, bloody lesson to the Admiralty. Destroyers operating without localized air cover against coordinated, intensive dive bomber attacks suffered a brutal slaughter that no tactical doctrine or crew bravery could possibly mitigate under modern combat conditions at sea. The era of unchecked surface fleet supremacy was officially over. By 1941, the relentless onslaught of air power forced a dramatic evolutionary leap in the wartime alphabet program, manifesting in the L and M classes. Commissioned between 1941 and 1942, these 16 warships introduced the most significant armament revision of the war, replacing the traditional 4.7-inch surface guns with innovative 4-inch QF high-angle/low-angle mountings. Capable of an astonishing 80-degree elevation, these guns were genuinely effective in the anti-aircraft role. This hardware upgrade coincided with the widespread deployment of advanced radar-directed anti-aircraft fire control systems. Consequently, the L and M class destroyers served with distinction in the highly contested airspaces of the later war years, proving far more resilient and survivable than their predecessors. Their service did not end with the Allied victory in 1945. In the post-war era, the Admiralties sold these battle-tested vessels to the emerging navies of India, Pakistan, and Burma. This established a critical pattern of Commonwealth destroyer transfers that sustained global Allied naval capabilities throughout the tense early decades of the Cold War, ensuring these legendary hulls continued patrolling international shipping lanes well into the 1960s. They stood as a bulwark for peace across a rapidly changing maritime landscape worldwide. Faced with catastrophic combat losses, the Admiralty unleashed the industrial peak of British wartime shipbuilding, the Emergency Destroyer Programme. Between 1942 and 1944, an astonishing 64 destroyers spanning the O through W classes were rapidly commissioned. The Navy realized that meticulous pre-war procurement was wholly inadequate for total war. The solution was ruthless standardization. Built simultaneously across dozens of commercial shipyards, these emergency vessels averaged a mere 12 months from keel laying to full deployment. Architects intentionally chose a highly conservative design strategy, utilizing strictly proven machinery and existing weapon systems while completely banning experimental technology. Innovation slowed assembly lines, and raw numbers were the ultimate operational priority. This industrial gamble paid off handsomely. These workhorses flooded the fleet and fought in every single major campaign and theatre of the war's second half. They braved ice and U-boats on the grueling Arctic convoys to Russia, protected critical lifelines in the North Atlantic, and spearheaded massive amphibious landings in North Africa, Sicily, and Italy. From the bloody beaches of D-Day to the sprawling Pacific campaigns against Imperial Japan, the emergency destroyers formed the unbreakable backbone of Allied naval victory. They were exactly what Britain needed. Entering service in the final chapters of the global conflict, the Z-class and subsequent CA through CR groups represented a bridge to the future of British naval warfare. Comprising 40 sophisticated warships commissioned between 1944 and 1946, these vessels introduced the formidable 4.5-inch QF Mark IV gun. This advanced weapon system revolutionized destroyer tactics, replacing the aging 4.7-inch guns that had defined the interwar fleet and establishing a main armament standard that would endure for 30 years. For many of these sleek warships, the ultimate trial of combat never came. Completed too late to join the European theatre, they commissioned after the German surrender, with eyes fixed on a massive deployment to the Pacific. However, the atomic bombings and Japan's sudden surrender in August 1945 abruptly ended their wartime prospects. Instead, these hulls became the versatile workhorses of the post-war fleet, with several CE Group ships undergoing extensive modernization and conversion. The long-lived 4.5-inch main battery they pioneered would continue to roar in Royal Navy service through the County class and straight into the Type 42 Sheffield era, outlasting the very ships they were designed to arm. Their longevity testified to excellent British engineering craft. Emerging into the dawn of the Cold War, the battle and weapon classes reflected a frantic effort to integrate the brutal air defense lessons of World War II. Comprising 26 vessels completed between 1943 and 1946, the massive 2,315-ton battle class stood as the largest British destroyers of their generation. Engineered from the keel up as fully balanced fleet defenders, they packed 4 heavy 4.5-inch guns, a dense battery of 40mm Bofors anti-aircraft cannons, and 10 lethal torpedo tubes into a formidable battle-ready frame. In sharp contrast, the ill-fated weapon class attempted a radical step forward. Designed to carry a highly experimental twin 4-inch dual-purpose mount, theoretically superior in both surface and anti-aircraft engagements, the design proved hopelessly temperamental. Plagued by constant mechanical failures, production was abruptly halted after just 4 hulls were completed. As the British Empire rapidly contracted, the fiscal reality of the post-war era made maintaining a massive domestic fleet impossible. Consequently, the Admiralty sold numerous battle-class ships to Australia, Canada, Pakistan, and India. This fire sale satisfied the urgent defence needs of Commonwealth allies while desperately reducing the heavy financial burden on a nearly bankrupt British treasury. The geopolitical map was shifting fast. Commissioned between 1952 and 1954, the 8 ships of the magnificent Daring class represented the absolute pinnacle and the final gasp of the classic gun-armed destroyer. Displacing 2,800 tons, these mechanical masterpieces boasted 6 4.5-inch guns housed in 3 fully automatic twin mountings, 10 heavy torpedo tubes, and a radar-guided fire control system that stood as the absolute culmination of 60 years of British naval gunnery development. They were the finest conventional destroyers ever built, engineered to dominate a threat landscape of Soviet surface raiders, piston-engine aircraft, and traditional submarines. Yet, history moved faster than the shipyards. By the mid-1950s, the sudden arrival of anti-ship guided missiles and tactical nuclear weapons rendered heavy artillery and unguided torpedoes profoundly obsolete. Despite their immense capabilities, the entire class was retired prematurely between 1969 and 1971. 2 found a second life with Peru, serving faithfully into the 1990s. The Daring class marked the definitive endpoint of a proud, continuous evolutionary bloodline that began with HMS Havoc in 1893. From this moment onward, the gun was completely dethroned, and the terrifying era of the guided missile had arrived to reshape naval warfare forever across the globe. In 1962, the Royal Navy boldly stepped into the missile age with the revolutionary County class. Comprising 8 massive warships commissioned through 1970, these behemoths displaced 5,440 tons, nearly double the size of the Daring class they replaced. In lieu of traditional torpedo tubes, they wielded the high-tech Sea Slug surface-to-air missile system, purpose-built for Cold War fleet air defense against high-altitude Soviet bombers. But the system possessed a fatal flaw. The Sea Slug GWS-1 was a beam-riding missile crippled by severely limited tracking performance against low-flying targets. This precise blind spot was exploited ruthlessly by the Argentine Air Force in the Falklands War. On June 12, 1982, HMS Glamorgan was struck by a shore-launched Exocet missile that skimmed just above the waves. The impact killed 13 brave crewmen and incinerated her helicopter hangar. Between 1982 and 1987, 4 of these aging warships were sold to Chile. Designed to challenge superpowers in global maritime arenas, they spent their final operational years patrolling South American coastlines. This stark contrast between intended role and actual employment perfectly characterized the agonizing compromises of post-war British naval defense planning at that historic juncture. The changing world demanded total flexibility. The Type 42 Sheffield class was a desperate byproduct of severe economic austerity. Built between 1975 and 1985, these 14 destroyers were tasked with providing critical area air defense for carrier battle groups, but their design was aggressively compromised by rigid budget caps. Armed with a twin Sea Dart missile launcher carrying 40 rounds and a single 4.5-inch gun, they lacked any close-in weapon system to intercept sea-skimming threats. In 1982, this fiscal compromise extracted a horrifying payment in blood. On May 4th, an Argentine Exocet missile blindsided HMS Sheffield, dealing a fatal blow. Weeks later, on May 25th, HMS Coventry was struck and sunk by 3 1,000-pound bombs dropped by low-flying aircraft that slipped entirely beneath the Sea Dart's minimum engagement altitude. Meanwhile, HMS Glasgow narrowly escaped destruction when an enemy bomb pierced her hull without detonating. 3 Type 42s hit in just 3 weeks proved that the design's defensive umbrella possessed a catastrophic blind spot. The ships were systematically retired between 2009 and 2013. The final vessel, HMS Edinburgh, decommissioned in June 2013, concluding nearly 40 years of Type 42 operations without the close-in defences that might have saved her tragic sister ships. The Type 45. Daring class represents the ultimate dichotomy of modern naval engineering, a masterclass in weapons capability wrapped in a deeply troubled procurement program. Commissioned between 2009 and 2013, only 6 of the originally planned 12 ships were ever built. Equipped with the revolutionary Samson radar and the principal anti-air missile system, the Type 45 can track and destroy ballistic missiles, supersonic anti-ship weapons and massed swarm attacks simultaneously, securing its reputation as a world-class air defender. Yet, beneath this high-tech shield lies a crippling vulnerability. The advanced WR-21 gas turbines suffer from a persistent design flaw prone to total failure in warm water environments like the Persian Gulf and Red Sea. In 2017, HMS Daring lost all propulsion in the Gulf, requiring a humiliating tow to port. This triggered the expensive multi-year power improvement project to retrofit additional diesel generators, moving at a snail's pace. Furthermore, slashing the fleet from 12 hulls to just 6 left the Royal Navy with 0 operational redundancy. Managed as a precious, overstretched resource rather than an expandable fleet reserve, these state-of-the-art warships must shoulder global commitments with a razor-thin margin for error. The stakes could not be higher. Long before modern helicopters dominated the battlefield, the foundation of rotary wing flight was laid by a visionary Spanish engineer named Juan de la Cierva. Developing his concepts in close collaboration with British aviation pioneer A.V. Rowe, Sierva engineered a series of radical autogyros built under strict Royal Air Force contracts from 1925 through the late 1930s. These bizarre aircraft brilliantly demonstrated the tactical advantages of slow-speed, low-altitude flight. The legendary C-30 model could cruise effortlessly at just 40 kilometers per hour without stalling, land in incredibly confined spaces, and hug treetop altitudes over hostile terrain where fixed-wing aircraft dared not fly. Mechanically, its true masterpiece was the articulated rotor head featuring innovative flapping and drag hinges that allowed each blade to move independently. This single breakthrough solved the deadly issue of dissymmetry of lift and made stable rotary flight a reality. Tragically, Sierva died in a 1936 airliner crash, but his intellectual legacy endured. His American licensee, Igor Sikorsky, directly adapted these identical hinge principles to construct the world-changing VS-300 prototype. Britain pioneered the vital technology, providing the fundamental blueprint from which every future modern helicopter design would ultimately descend. In 1957, the Saunders-Rose Skeeter earned its place in military history as the very first British-designed light helicopter to enter operational service. Achieving this milestone was a grueling engineering journey. The aircraft's development lineage stretched back to the primitive Sierva W.14 prototype in 1948, requiring 4 separate and extensive airframe redesigns before creating a machine that the demanding British military would finally accept. Production totaled 73 aircraft, which primarily served with the Army Air Corps in critical artillery observation roles. However, the Skeeter was plagued by a fundamental flaw: its powertrain. The 215 horsepower Gypsy Major engine proved severely marginal under operational stress. This critical performance deficit became painfully evident during deployments across the Middle East, where high ambient temperatures and daunting density altitudes crippled hover capabilities well below acceptable safety margins. Despite these severe operational limitations, the Skeeter flew on until its ultimate withdrawal from frontline service in 1968. Its primary legacy was institutional rather than mechanical. The Skeeter gave the fledgling Army Air Corps its first authentic experience managing light rotary aviation, establishing the tactical battlefield doctrines that would later be perfected by legendary successors like the Scout and Lynx. The Bristol Sycamore stands as a monumental milestone, the first British-designed helicopter to achieve widespread adoption within the Royal Air Force. Entering service in 1952, 180 aircraft were constructed across 6 distinct variants. The Sycamore quickly became the frontline pioneer of British counterinsurgency warfare. Deployed to the dense, unforgiving jungles of Malaya between 1953 and 1956, it revolutionized combat operations. Operating under 194 Squadron, these rugged machines forged the British military's very first systematic tactical doctrine for casualty evacuation, reconnaissance, and battlefield resupply. Pilots routinely descended into tight, improvised clearings hacked out of the canopy by ground troops, extracting critically wounded soldiers directly from active combat zones. These perilous missions established standard operating procedures that defined subsequent British air campaigns in Aden, Borneo, and the Falklands. Meanwhile, Germany-based Sycamores of 118 Squadron pioneered grueling search and rescue operations over the volatile North Sea and Baltic waters from 1954 to 1959. Though its range and payload capacity remained strictly marginal in these brutal maritime environments, the Sycamore proved the absolute necessity of rotary rescue assets, paving the way for the high-end, heavy-duty successors that would follow. Entering Royal Navy service in 1950, the Westland Dragonfly was the foundational pillar that established British naval aviation's rotary wing capability. 149 aircraft were manufactured under a direct license of the American Sikorsky S-51. This critical decision by Westland management represented a frank, highly controversial assessment of the era. American helicopter technology in the late 1940s was simply 5 years ahead of domestic British development. Choosing licensing over independent engineering sacrificed creative sovereignty, but it instantly provided invaluable production experience and a battle-ready platform. The Dragonfly proved its immense worth in the grueling environment of the Korean War, operating from the decks of aircraft carriers like HMS Theseus and HMS Ocean. Its primary role was the perilous plane guard duty, hovering alongside carriers during high-risk takeoffs and landings to pull downed aviators from freezing seas. These intense operations demonstrated a vital strategic lesson. The helicopter's true value was entirely disproportionate to its modest size. A single, primitive Dragonfly could rescue elite, highly trained combat pilots who would otherwise have perished in deck accidents, permanently securing the rotary engine's place within the fleet's core operational doctrine. The Westland Whirlwind cemented its place in global military history on November 6, 1956, by spearheading the world's very first amphibious helicopter assault during the Suez Crisis. Operating from the decks of HMS Ocean and HMS Theseus, 22 Whirlwinds from 45, Commando executed a daring rapid deployment. They successfully transported 415 Royal Marines along with their heavy equipment straight onto the beaches of Port Said. This historic operation proved the validity of vertical envelopment, fundamentally redefining global amphibious warfare doctrines for the next 60 years. Westland built 401 Whirlwinds under license from the American Sikorsky S-55, but the aircraft's true evolution arrived with the legendary HAR-10 variant. This upgrade replaced the aging, temperamental piston engine with a revolutionary Bristol Siddeley Gnome turboshaft engine. The conversion instantly doubled the helicopter's usable payload, drastically enhanced mechanical reliability, and delivered the robust performance required for high-stakes search and rescue operations. Stationed at coastal bases around the United Kingdom, RAF Whirlwinds transformed hazardous maritime rescue missions from desperate gambles into a routine, highly efficient safety net, leaving a lasting humanitarian legacy across the British Isles. The Westland Wessex is a legendary symbol of British military resilience, serving across 4 decades from the heights of the Cold War to the freezing storms of the Falklands. 382 of these robust, turbine-powered machines were built, entering service in 1961. The Wessex's finest hour occurred on April the 22nd, 1982, amidst the jagged peaks of South Georgia's Fortuna Glacier. After 2 aircraft crashed in a blinding whiteout, Lieutenant Commander Ian Stanley braved extreme turbulence and zero visibility in his Wessex HU-5. In a display of sheer flying mastery, his 3rd rescue attempt successfully recovered 16 stranded men, including the crews of the downed helicopters, in a single, heavily overloaded lift that drastically exceeded the aircraft's certified design limits. For this heroic feat, Stanley was awarded the Distinguished Service Order. Let this sink in. A machine designed to carry 12 carried 16 over a shifting glacier. Beyond the Falklands, the versatile Wessex became the ubiquitous backbone of British operations worldwide, flying intense combat and transport sorties through the Northern Ireland Campaign, the brutal Borneo confrontation, and the hostile Aden emergency. It even served as a prestigious VIP transport for the royal family, remaining in frontline service until 2003. The Bristol Belvedere holds a unique and distinct place in the annals of British aviation as the only tandem rotor helicopter ever operated by the Royal Air Force. Entering frontline service in September 1961, a mere 26 of these unusual twin-engine heavy lifters were built. Despite their limited numbers, the Belvederes proved absolutely indispensable during the Indonesian confrontation in Borneo from 1962 to 1966. Operating over vast, trackless expanses of dense rainforest, these powerful machines performed remarkable logistical feats, airlifting heavy 105mm artillery pieces directly into forward jungle outposts along the Sarawak border. These strategic positions were completely unreachable by road and entirely inaccessible to any other transport aircraft in the British inventory. Yet, despite demonstrating the unparalleled operational advantages of the tandem rotor configuration, widely recognized as the most aerodynamically efficient layout for heavy lifting, the entire Belvedere fleet was abruptly retired by 1969. Crippling defense budget constraints and a strategic shift toward purchasing American aircraft, such as the licensed Chinook, sealed its fate. Britain abandoned independent domestic development of heavy-lift tandem rotorcraft, ensuring the Belvedere would remain a rare, short-lived chapter in British military history. The Westland Scout AH-1 and its specialised naval counterpart, the Wasp HAS-1, represent a major milestone. They were the first operational military helicopters designed entirely from scratch by British engineers without any foreign licensing basis. Entering active service in 1963, Westland manufactured 150 Scouts for land operations and 98 Wasps for maritime deployment. The compact, agile Wasp secured its place in naval lore on April 25, 1982, during the dramatic recapture of South Georgia. Operating from the small deck of the ice patrol ship HMS Endurance, a Wasp located the Argentine submarine ARA Santa Fe and fired wire-guided AS.12 missiles. The resulting direct hits marked the first time a shipborne British helicopter successfully engaged a hostile surface target in combat. On land, the Scout served as a rugged, dependable battlefield scout and utility transport. These aircraft proved remarkably durable. The final frontline Scouts were not retired until 1994, marking over 31 years of continuous service for a platform designed in the late 1950s. The naval Wasps retired earlier in 1988, gracefully handing over their tight frigate deck spots to the far more capable and advanced Westland Lynx. The Westland Lynx is a true masterpiece of British aerospace engineering, renowned worldwide for its astonishing agility and blistering speed. Entering operational military service in 1977, this legendary aircraft shattered records on August 11, 1986, when a specially modified Lynx set the absolute helicopter world speed record, screaming through the skies at over 400 kilometers per hour, a record it held unchallenged until 2013, Westland built 446 airframes across 13 distinct variants, exporting the design to 14 nations. In combat, the naval links proved lethal. During the 1991 Gulf War, Lynxes operating from HMS Cardiff and HMS Gloucester hunted down Iraqi patrol boats in the northern Persian Gulf, devastating the targets with Sea Skua missiles in the Royal Navy's first surface combat action since the Falklands War. On land, Army variants like the AH-7 and AH-9 served as terrifying anti-tank platforms in Germany, Bosnia, Kosovo, Iraq and Afghanistan, bristling with TOW missiles, heavy 20mm cannons and 70mm rocket pods. With a stunning legacy spanning 50 years of continuous production and global frontline service, the iconic Lynx remains the direct ancestor of modern British rotary warfare. Entering operational service in 1969, the Westland Sea King became the most versatile, heavily deployed British helicopter of the entire Cold War era. Manufactured under license from Sikorsky's S-61 design, Westland constructed 330 airframes across 10 highly specialized marks. The Sea King evolved far beyond its American roots, serving simultaneously as an advanced anti-submarine platform, a rugged commando assault transport, an airborne early warning asset, and a legendary search and rescue machine. During the 1982 Falklands War, the famed Green Parrots, HC-4, Sea Kings of 846 Naval Air Squadron flew continuously for 18 hours straight on May 21st, inserting the entire 3 Commando Brigade onto the islands in the largest British helicopter assault since the Suez Crisis. Meanwhile, the iconic yellow HAR.3 variants became the beloved guardian angels of the British coastline. Flying with RAF search and rescue flights from 1978 all the way until 2016, the Sea King's 47 years of continuous SAR operation represents the longest unbroken commitment to a single aircraft type in British aviation history, saving thousands of lives from the unforgiving northern seas. In 1973, the sleek Westland Gazelle AH-1 and the robust Westland Puma HC-1 entered active service, born from the historic 1967 Anglo-French helicopter agreement. This unprecedented treaty saw Westland and Aerospatiale exchange design authority across 3 key aircraft types, yielding 282 Gazelles and 48 Pumas built right in the United Kingdom. Each machine filled a vital tactical niche. In the skies over Northern Ireland from 1973 onward, the nimble Gazelle conducted relentless, low-altitude aerial surveillance operations that formed the very nerve center of military intelligence gathering throughout the bitter years of the Troubles. Concurrently, the twin-engine Puma HC-1 established itself as the Royal Air Force's premier battlefield support helicopter. It proved its immense worth across global flashpoints, flying grueling combat sorties through the Cold War, the Gulf War, Bosnia, Kosovo, and Afghanistan. The platform's incredible longevity is legendary. An extensive HC-2 digital conversion program in 2012 fitted new engines and glass cockpits. Amazingly, an airframe designed in the late 1960s remains a critical frontline RAF asset well past 2024, triumphantly enduring through 2 full generations of intensive upgrades. Entering Royal Air Force service in 1982, the twin-rotor Boeing Chinook is the undisputed heavy-lift champion of British military aviation. The fleet's legendary status was forged by ZA-718, Bravo November, the miraculous sole survivor of the Exocet missile attack on the Atlantic conveyor. For 18 grueling days, it flew 109 hours, single-handedly moving 1,500 troops and 500 tons of cargo across the Falklands. Decades later in Afghanistan's Helmand province, Chinooks performed critical medical evacuation missions, rushing mangled soldiers from active firefights to field hospitals within the vital golden hour, ensuring a staggering 90% survival rate for critically wounded troops. Yet, the Chinooks' British legacy is also stained by administrative disaster. The early 2001 HC-3 Special Forces procurement program suffered a catastrophic software certification failure. This technical blunder grounded 8 brand new aircraft for 8 agonizing years in climate-controlled storage, costing British taxpayers a staggering £422 million for idle machines. Today, a modern fleet of 60 Chinooks across 6 advanced marks continues to provide the irreplaceable, heavy-lifting logistical backbone for global British military deployments. Launched in 1980, the Westland W-30 was a bold, highly ambitious attempt to capture the lucrative commercial offshore oil and gas market. Based on proven Lynx components, this medium-lift helicopter was designed as a direct response to real commercial demand. However, the market gap proved far tighter than Westland's optimistic research predicted. British North Sea oil operators, the critical target customers, flatly rejected the W-30, choosing instead the firmly established Sikorsky S-61 and S-76 airframes due to their impeccable multi-year reliability records. Desperate for sales, Westland secured a lifeline by selling 21 units to the Indian Air Force, providing the bulk of the meagre 41 airframes ever built before production collapsed in 1988. This commercial failure triggered a profound national crisis. The resulting financial hemorrhage precipitated the infamous Westland Affair of 1985 and 1986, a bitter political scandal that tore through Margaret Thatcher's cabinet and led to the dramatic resignation of Defence Secretary Michael Heseltine. The ill-fated W-30 itself became a mere footnote, an engineering casualty whose market failure exposed deep, systemic fractures within Britain's defence industrial policy and forever altered domestic aerospace manufacturing. Entering Royal Navy service in 2000, the 3-engine AW101. Merlin represents the absolute pinnacle of technological sophistication in British rotary wing history. It is also the most eye-wateringly expensive. The initial HM1 procurement program ballooned to a staggering £22 billion, plagued by severe developmental overruns that delayed its deployment. The subsequent HM2 digital upgrade consumed another full decade and millions in unbudgeted funds. 66 Merlins were built for British service, split between advanced anti-submarine warfare and rugged commando assault roles. The heavily armoured HC-3 and HC-4 variants currently operate as the elite aerial vanguard for 846 Naval Air Squadron, moving troops into hostile territory. Meanwhile, specially configured search and rescue Merlins replaced the iconic Sea King HAR.3 starting in 2013. However, this transition came with a controversial twist. A political privatization decision handed these life-saving missions over to Bristow Helicopters under a civilian contract. This historic shift effectively ended the heroic, continuous military search and rescue commitment that British aircrews had proudly maintained since 1941, transferring the ultimate responsibility of coastal rescue from active military personnel to a commercial corporation. Entering service in 2015, the AWW-159. Wildcat is a high-tech combat aircraft and the direct, digital descendant of the legendary Westland Lynx. Born from the ambitious Future Lynx program launched in 2002, 62 of these advanced multi-role machines were constructed, split between the Army's AH.1 and the Royal Navy's HMA.2 variants. The naval Wildcat is a fierce maritime hunter. It carries a deadly arsenal including Martlet lightweight multi-role missiles, Sea Venom anti-surface missiles, and Stingray torpedoes for subsurface engagements. The platform proved its immense real-world lethality during a tense 2020 operational deployment to the volatile Strait of Hormuz. Operating from the deck of HMS Montrose, Wildcat crews provided critical airborne surveillance and direct tactical support for elite boarding parties, successfully deterring aggressive Iranian fast attack craft that were threatening vital British commercial merchant shipping. Yet, at just 62 total aircraft across both military branches, the compact Wildcat fleet represents a dramatic numerical contraction of British frontline strength. It stands as a stark symbol of the aggressive fleet downsizing and strict defence budget compressions that have shaped the nation's military reality over the last 5 decades. The WAH-64 Apache entered Army Air Corps service in 2001, providing Great Britain with a dedicated, terrifyingly lethal attack helicopter. 50 of these advanced tank killers were built under license from Boeing by Augusta-Westland, uniquely customized with powerful, British-made Rolls-Royce RTM 322 turboshaft engines. The Apache quickly became an indispensable shield for ground forces in the hostile skies of Afghanistan's Helmand province from 2006 to 2014. WAH-64 crews flew over 20,000 intensive operational hours, delivering devastating, precision close air support during fierce combat engagements. However, a major shift in industrial strategy is currently underway. The aging WAH-64D models are being entirely replaced by the state-of-the-art Boeing AH-64E Guardian under a direct purchase agreement with the United States. This marks a significant departure from past policy. The new fleet is not a locally manufactured or licensed derivative, but an off-the-shelf American aircraft featuring minor British modifications. Consequently, Britain's premier attack helicopter for the 2030s will be manufactured far from British shores in Mesa, Arizona. While the legendary Rolls-Royce engine legacy remains part of the story, the iconic British-assembled airframe has been permanently left behind. In the desperate winter of 1939, a revolutionary concept emerged from the Photographic Development Unit at Heston that changed the face of aerial intelligence forever. Flight Lieutenant Maurice Longbottom proposed a radical idea: strip a standard supermarine Spitfire of all its heavy armaments and armour, pack the vacant space with advanced cameras, and fill the wings with extra fuel. By exploiting the airframe's unmatched speed and extreme ceiling, this modified Predator could overfly heavily fortified targets long before enemy air defences could even react. This marked the birth of the Spitfire PR series, a legendary lineage spanning over 1,200 specialized aircraft across 10 distinct marques. In November and December 1939, early PR-1 variants penetrated hostile airspace over Wilhelmshaven and Kiel, delivering the very first systematic photographic intelligence of German naval strongholds since the declaration of war. Years later, D-Day planners leaned heavily on this precise imagery to map out German coastal defences along the Normandy beaches, providing unparalleled detail to individual assault teams. 1,200 Spitfires flew completely unarmed, totally alone, and dangerously high, proving that aerial photography was no longer just support. It was a vital element of strategic warfare everywhere. Entering operational service in September 1941, the de Havilland Mosquito PR series shattered conventional limitations of tactical aerial scouting. With over 600 specialized photo reconnaissance variants produced across 5 primary marks, this wooden wonder expanded British photographic intelligence from localized European theaters into a global strategic enterprise. Consider the staggering reach of the PR-34 variant. Boasting an incredible 5,633-kilometer range, it regularly launched from bases in Ceylon to photograph unoccupied Singapore. Speed was its primary defense. Roaring through the skies at 668 kilometers per hour, the advanced PR-16 variant proved completely immune to enemy fighter interception. Throughout the conflict, the Mosquito PR's loss rate remained significantly lower than almost any other aircraft type serving in the Royal Air Force. During 1943 and 1944, daring night sorties over Berlin utilized high-altitude flash photography to deliver the first systematic night imagery of the Nazi capital. These pioneering techniques directly anticipated the specialized capabilities that the Canberra PR-9 would later formalize during the height of the Cold War, cementing the Mosquito's permanent legacy as a brilliant strategic trailblazer for the Allied forces. Formed in the crucible of 1943, 192 Squadron RAF was established specifically to master the invisible battlefield of airborne signals intelligence collection. Operating heavy Halifaxes, versatile Wellingtons, and swift Mosquitoes rigged with highly specialized receiver arrays, this secretive unit became Britain's premier dedicated airborne SIGINT force. Their perilous mission: hunt down, track, and characterize German radar networks and complex navigation systems over the skies of occupied Europe. The squadron's critical electronic harvest directly enabled the legendary window chaff operations during the catastrophic Hamburg raids of July 24, 1943. By mapping out specific German radar frequencies and exact antenna configurations, they allowed technicians to precisely calibrate the radar-reflecting strips needed to blind enemy defenses. The jamming achieved total success because the intelligence had been perfectly collected. This triumph firmly established an enduring intelligence-to-countermeasures cycle that defined British electronic warfare for the next 80 years. Intercept the enemy's distinct electronic signature, analyze the raw telemetry, and design a customized defeat mechanism tailored to exact engineering measurements rather than vague specifications. This loop saved countless air crews from certain destruction. As the Cold War froze international relations, the Gloucester Meteor PR-10 arrived in January 1951 to provide critical, high-speed intelligence across volatile global hotspots. With 59 aircraft built, this sleek platform was rushed into service as a crucial interim measure while the advanced English Electric Canberra completed its lengthy development. The PR-10 filled the capability gap beautifully, deploying with 13 Squadron to monitor the highly tense Egyptian Suez Canal zone and with 81 Squadron in the dense, perilous jungles of the Malaysian Emergency. Stripped of weapons but armed with advanced cameras, it used raw jet speed to outrun interceptors and capture high-fidelity tactical imagery. Though retired from active frontline duty by 1961, the Meteor PR-10's operational impact extended far beyond its flight logs. Its decade of intense reconnaissance operations successfully established the standard institutional procedures for processing and analyzing photographic intelligence at a massive scale. It fostered a specialized generation of expert photo interpreters whose elite analytical skills would directly support the Canberra fleet and successive Cold War surveillance systems, ensuring Britain maintained an intellectual edge over dangerous global adversaries. The English Electric Canberra PR series stands as an absolute titan of British airborne espionage, serving for 53 remarkable years on the bleeding edge of global reconnaissance. Entering frontline service in December 1953, this majestic high-altitude platform produced over 100 specialized photo reconnaissance variants. On May 28, 1957, a modified PR-9 variant soared into history, shattering a world altitude record by reaching a breathtaking 21,307 meters. The Canberra's covert operational portfolio reads like a history book of Cold War flashpoints. PR-7S conducted critical overflights of Egypt right before the explosive Suez Crisis, scouted Indonesia during the confrontation in the 1960s, and overflew highly secret Chinese nuclear test sites in 1962 under a deeply classified cooperative intelligence venture with Washington. Proving its timeless design, the PR-9 variants of 39 Squadron flew their final combat missions over war-torn Iraq in July 2006. Spanning generations, the identical airframes carried both 1953 and 2006 electronic technology, simply because no capable alternative could replace them. When finally retired, the Canberra was just as completely irreplaceable as it had been 5 decades prior. In the high-stakes arena of mid-Cold War espionage, the Handley-Page Victor SR-2 served as Britain's ultimate eye in the sky. Converted from powerful Victor B-2 nuclear bombers, just 6 of these massive aircraft entered service with the elite 543 Squadron at RAF Whiten in May 1965. The Victor SR-2 was a dual-threat platform carrying an advanced array of both high-resolution photographic and highly sensitive signals intelligence-gathering equipment. It operated seamlessly at extreme ranges and punishing altitudes that only a robust V-bomber airframe could reliably sustain. However, the relentless stress of these demanding profiles took a heavy toll. By 1974, the rapidly aging airframes faced skyrocketing maintenance costs that the government could no longer justify, leading to their prompt retirement. The strategic SIGINT mantle was subsequently handed over to the Nimrod R1. Though a fleet of only 6 aircraft serving for a brief 9 years sounds modest, the Victor SR-2 left a giant strategic footprint. It operated continually on the knife edge of absolute secrecy, pushing the boundaries of what the British government could publicly acknowledge and what its clandestine intelligence services absolutely required. For 40 grueling years, the Avro Shackleton stood as Britain's unyielding shield over the freezing northern seas. With 185 airframes built across 4 marks, this rugged platform entered Coastal Command service in April 1951. The Shackleton's most devastating weapon was its legendary bone-jarring endurance, capable of remaining airborne for a staggering 24 hours straight, to maintain a continuous, omnipresent watch over critical maritime bottlenecks like the North Atlantic approaches, the Norwegian Sea, and the strategic Gibraltar Strait choke points. To hunt elusive Soviet submarines, British engineers deployed the innovative Autolycus diesel exhaust detection system. This advanced atmospheric sensor was meticulously calibrated to detect the precise chemical signature of burning diesel fuel, exploiting the fatal vulnerability that forced diesel-electric submarines to snorkel near the surface to recharge their batteries. Proving the sheer longevity of the design, the specialized AEW.2 airborne early warning variant served faithfully with 8th Squadron until 1991. It was an extraordinary sight, a frontline platform built around World War II Lancaster bomber components flying active combat surveillance missions into the historic decade that saw the Soviet superpower completely dissolve on the global stage. Shrouded in absolute secrecy, the Hawker Siddeley Nimrod R1 operated as Britain's most highly classified airborne intelligence platform for over 37 years. Just 3 of these highly specialized electronic spies entered service with 51 Squadron at RAF Wyton in May 1974. While their exact technical capabilities remain locked behind deep classification walls, their legendary operational footprint spans the Falklands War, the Gulf War, Kosovo, Afghanistan, and Iraq. During the 1982 Falklands conflict, the R1S flew grueling, extreme-range sorties from Ascension Island to intercept Argentine communications and track radar emissions. In his memoirs, Admiral Sandy Woodward revealed that this real-time electronic harvest provided the Naval Task Force with exceptional clarity regarding Argentine operational intentions, granting him vital tactical confidence. The Nimrod R1 fleet was utterly irreplaceable because its complex collection architecture had been continuously refined and combat-proven over nearly 4 decades. When the Ministry of Defence abruptly retired the type in June 2011, no viable British successor was anywhere near ready to take its place, leaving a significant gap in Whitehall's strategic intelligence gathering capabilities. The story of the Hawker Siddeley Nimrod MR is a complex tale of unparalleled operational triumph, shadowed by a horrific structural catastrophe. 46 MR1 airframes were built starting in 1969, with 35 later upgraded to the advanced MR2 standard. During the 1982 Falklands War, a heavily modified Nimrod MR2P etched its name into aviation history by executing the longest maritime reconnaissance flight ever recorded, flying over 19 grueling hours from Ascension Island to scan the Falklands exclusion zone, enabled by multiple mid-air refuelings from Victor tankers. Yet, beneath this legendary performance hid a fatal, ticking time bomb within the aircraft's fuel system. On September 2, 2006, airframe XV-230 exploded in mid-air over Afghanistan, killing all 14 brave servicemen aboard. The blistering Haddon Cave inquiry later uncovered a devastating design flaw present since 1969. A structural fatigue crack in the number 7 tank fuel pipe joint could expose leaking fuel directly to blistering hot engine bleed air. The devastating loss of XV-230 fundamentally altered British military procurement and safety regulations forever, leaving an enduring mark of sorrow. It stands as one of the most notorious and jaw-dropping disasters in the history of British defence procurement. The BAE Nimrod AEW.3 was envisioned as Britain's supreme airborne early warning shield, with 11 aircraft pulled from older Nimrod MR1 airframes for conversion. Instead, it turned into an absolute black hole for taxpayer money. Cancelled on December 18, 1986, after 9 long years of agonising development, the project swallowed over £1 billion without delivering a single operationally capable aircraft to the Royal Air Force. The core engineering nightmare centred on its dual radar configuration, one looking forward, one looking backward. To create a coherent picture, these systems required a complex data fusion system to stitch the tracking feeds together. But engineers simply could not make the software function reliably. Conceding total defeat, the government killed the program, immediately pivoting to buy proven Boeing E-3 Sentry platforms from America. £1 billion completely vaporized, 0 aircraft delivered. This catastrophic failure fundamentally changed how the military handled major technical projects going forward into a new century. If the AEW.3 was a disaster, its successor became the absolute crown jewel of failed military procurement. The BAE Systems Nimrod MRA.4 held the infamous title of the single most expensive cancelled defence programme in British history. Over 14 gruelling years, a staggering £3.6 billion vanished into the project before the 2010 Strategic Defence and Security Review finally swung the executioner's axe. 9 aircraft sat in various stages of construction. Not a single one ever reached operational status. The program was doomed by an astonishing manufacturing reality. Every original Nimrod MR1 airframe had been hand-built, meaning each was unique with distinct dimensional tolerances. The brand new mass-produced wing and fuselage components simply could not be fitted without extensive, costly custom modifications to every single aircraft. The sudden 2010 cancellation left the Royal Navy completely blind, facing a gaping maritime patrol deficiency that persisted for a decade. In a final act of humiliation, the advanced MRA-4 airframes were chopped up and sold as scrap metal, leaving behind nothing but a multi-billion-pound warning about contract assumptions. Entering RAF service with 5 Army Cooperation Squadron in March 2008, the Raytheon Sentinel R1 fundamentally revolutionized tactical intelligence, giving the British Army its first organic, wide-area ground surveillance platform. Equipped with a powerful synthetic aperture radar and cutting-edge ground-moving target indicator technology, the Sentinel possessed the uncanny ability to detect and track individual moving vehicles on the ground. It peered effortlessly through thick clouds, pitch darkness, and blinding sandstorms, all while orbiting at extreme altitudes comfortably beyond the deadly reach of enemy man-portable air defense systems. In the skies over Libya in 2011, the Sentinel R1 proved its immense worth, flying relentless 24-hour persistent surveillance missions to track Gaddafi loyalist forces. It fed NATO operations planners real-time telemetry of armoured column movements, which was used directly to cue awaiting strike aircraft with devastating precision. Although the Ministry of Defence originally scheduled the Sentinel for retirement in 2021, its unique capabilities forced an extension to 2024. The magnificent aircraft remained in service simply because no alternative existed that could replicate what it uniquely provided. Entering active service with 14 Squadron at RAF Waddington in 2009, the BAE Systems Shadow R1 introduced a highly effective approach to tactical oversight. Based on the dependable Beechcraft King Air 350 airframe, the Shadow became Britain's premier turboprop ISTAR platform, specifically designed to deliver persistent tactical surveillance at lower altitudes and slower airspeeds than the jet-powered Sentinel. While the aircraft's full sensor suite remains highly classified, its advanced electro-optical and infrared video capabilities are legendary. The choice of a commercial turboprop airframe was an engineering masterstroke. It provided an exceptionally low radar cross-section and a quiet acoustic signature compared to loud jet alternatives. This stealthy profile proved invaluable when tracking targets without alerting them to the spy plane's overhead presence. Advancing this vital capability, the Shadow R2 upgrade delivered from 2020 onward, integrating state-of-the-art sensor packages and communication suites. These advancements dramatically slashed the latency between initial sensor collection and actionable military intelligence from long hours to mere minutes, giving ground commanders an immense advantage over active adversaries operating within highly volatile, modern combat environments. The arrival of the Boeing P-8A Poseidon MRA-1 marked the closing of a perilous 10-year gap in British defences. When the Nimrod Mr2 was abruptly retired in 2010, the decision was defended as an acceptable strategic risk. Yet, for a solid decade, the proud Royal Navy operated without a single organic maritime patrol aircraft, forced to rely on American and Canadian P-3 Orions via bilateral sharing agreements to monitor its own home waters. Entering service with 201 Squadron at RAF Lossiemouth in April 2020, 9 advanced P-8A aircraft now shoulder the intense burden once carried by 46 Nimrods. This severe fleet compression perfectly illustrates the staggering leap in modern technological capability. The financial contrast is equally jaw-dropping. While the failed indigenous Nimrod MRA.4 program famously burned through £3.6 billion and delivered absolutely nothing, the American-built Poseidon fleet cost approximately £3 billion and completely filled the critical surveillance void. It was a pragmatic, numbers-driven choice made in a different decade, forcing Britain to accept that buying foreign iron was the only way to safeguard its vast maritime domain. The Boeing E-3D Sentry AEW.1 entered service in July 1991, instantly transforming Britain's airborne early warning capabilities at a critical historical juncture. 7 of these massive radar-domed aircraft were integrated into 8 Squadron, arriving precisely in time to anchor vital coalition operations during the 1991 Gulf War. Far from off-the-shelf purchases, these specific British variants carried significant indigenous modifications, including powerful CFM56 engines, advanced JTIDS communications, and enhanced electronic support measures receivers. Yet, the E-3D's highly successful 30-year operational career across global hotspots like the Gulf, the Balkans, Libya, and Afghanistan was only possible because the domestic Nimrod AEW.3 program had failed so completely. Forced by technological crisis to abandon its own design, Britain bought the best available alternative on the global market. It turned out to be an exceptional decision as the Sentry proved itself to be a peerless, reliable Sky Sentinel. By the time the fleet was retired in August 2021, to be replaced by a future order of 5 E-7A Wedgetails, the Sentry had firmly cemented its legacy as an indispensable cornerstone of Royal Air Power. Entering operational use with the elite 51 Squadron at RAF Waddington from 2014, the Boeing RC-135W rivet joint, designated Air Seeker in British service, re-established a vital strategic capability. When the venerable Nimrod R1 was retired in 2011, Britain was left electronically blind in the signals intelligence arena for 3 agonizing years. The Airseeker fleet completely eliminated that dangerous vulnerability from 2022 onward. Following Russia's full-scale invasion of Ukraine, these highly specialized aircraft began flying regular, intense surveillance missions over international waters directly adjacent to the conflict zone. Operating in plain sight, they provided real-time monitoring of Russian military communications, active radar deployments, and complex electronic warfare signatures. It is a high-stakes game of electronic cat and mouse. The aircraft's physical presence is boldly announced to the world via public flight tracking software. Yet, its deeply classified signals intelligence collection remains locked in absolute secrecy. This deliberate asymmetry defines the modern airborne intelligence mission, projecting a powerful deterrent presence while silently harvesting the adversary's most sensitive electronic secrets from the high skies, ensuring Whitehall maintains a razor-sharp operational edge. The General Atomics MQ-9B Protector RG-1 represents the logical, uncrewed endpoint of a trajectory that began with the PR Spitfire. With 16 aircraft ordered entering operational evaluation with 31 Squadron at RAF Waddington from 2024, this platform redefines the limits of persistence. Boasting an incredible 40 hours of unrefueled endurance, it is controlled entirely by a ground crew who may sit an entire continent away from the aircraft itself. No pilot is endangered, no wreckage can be paraded through Moscow museums. Yet this shift reveals a profound dependency. The Protector is American-designed and American-built, continuing a striking pattern across the entire British ISR lineage. The Nimrod R1 was the very last indigenous British-designed intelligence aircraft. Every successor, the Sentry, Rivet Joint, Poseidon, and now the Protector, is a foreign airframe adapted for British use. The capability is British, the intelligence collected is British, but the aircraft itself is not. This uncrewed guardian marks a brave new world of autonomous surveillance, where the eye in the sky is completely robotic, tireless, and foreign in its engineering DNA.